Ah! Yeah. Yeah, that's how we doing right now. I need to slam this coffee. That's what I need to do. If I'm really, really struggling to stay awake, and I'm about ready to go to bed, that can't be that way. Because I gotta slam this coffee and get through this stream and talk about the amazing fucking time I had at Megaplex. A lot to do today. Can't be sleeping right now. Gotta stay inflated and floaty. And all the weird... Yeah. Yeah, that too. I gotta do that too. The inverse fart. Anyhow, hello everyone. Welcome on in. Dear Diary. Call ambulance. How about that life jacket? I need to do that, honestly. I am... Why am I so tired all of a sudden? It's only like 7:30. Beta, get your shit together. I'm gonna stand up for a second and get some energy flowing, because I don't know what's going on. I've been prepping all day for today's stream. Getting everything together for my con recap, which most, if not all of it, is. It's just a matter of presenting it, I guess. Though the recap actually won't be too bad. Won't be too long. In fact, as much as I did take a lot of photos and videos this con, I managed to narrow them down quite a bit. So even in this recap, it's just a lot of kind of storytelling, talking about the fun experiences, like fried rice. There's some context for that story, and you wouldn't punch me in the face, Jake, now would you? And he wouldn't. Sometimes you gotta test God himself. Jake might be God, you don't really know. But welcome in, everyone. Happy Friday. You made it to the weekend. You made it to the weekend. I love that. This stream is already getting I'm boring. You know what? I don't think my streams are for you, bud. Maybe hop on some Roblox. You'll get some get some eye candy. Keys jingling in your face. Wild. Not gonna lie, I do kind of miss like the old days of streaming. Like, remember when no one had like chat etiquette, and then you'd have folks that are like, "You're boring. I'm gonna go now," and that was just like, that was par for the course with like chat messages. Like that was meant to be there. And as much as it would be funny for it to be a thing in my stream, I feel like that would bleed out into other people's streams, and that would cause a lot of a lot of turmoil. People would not want to see or hear that. For me personally, I don't really care. If you like my stuff, cool. If you don't like my stuff, cool. I'm gonna keep doing my thing. Brainwatt has gotten to me. Well, I would say also con crud has gotten to me. I don't know why. The con crud has been lingering for quite a bit on my end. Like, I've had some very nasally congestion pretty much for the past day or two. Oh, there's Deathwolf. Oh, whoa. Oh, we loved... Oh, he's gone now. Well, I'm sad. I miss Deathwolf. We miss Life Jacket Deathwolf. Whoa. But no, it's not the brain rot that has gotten to me. It is the con crud. For some reason, it just hasn't been going away. Like, I've had... How has it progressed? Got home on, like, Tuesday. Had a really bad sore throat. That went away. Woke up with, like, a stuffy, runny nose in my left nostril. That lingered for a day or two. And now today, it's in my right nostril. And it's not even like when I go to blow my nose, there's, like, mucus. It's all clear. Like, the mucus or whatnot is clear. I don't get it. It's Probably turbo COVID. I even tested for COVID and it came back negative. Crazy, isn't it? I don't want to say it was the Megaplex pool. I actually don't think it was the pool. Probably was something else, but I'm not even really sure what I got sick by. I know some other friends got con crud or got sick from Megaplex, but I mean, I'll hopefully get over it. I just feel bad because it's like, today I was motivated. I'm like, oh shit, I'm gonna record a video. That's awesome. And then I forget that, oh yeah, I'm nasally. This won't turn out well. So I can't do anything. I can't do nothing. I can't do anything today. I'm so sad. But hey, I can at least yap and talk with you guys about my fun pictures and experiences and whatnot at Megaplex. Because that con, let me tell you, pretty banging.
6 years.
Melhouse.
What a journey. What's your soup of choice?
Oh, soup of choice? I could really... I would fuck up, like, a good chicken gnocchi soup. Like chicken noodle soup, and instead of chicken noodle, it's chicken gnocchi. God, that would fuck hard. Excuse me for a moment. Oh my goodness gracious, man. I am really sick of this cold. It's not even one where it's like, oh, I need a rest. Oh, I need to lay in bed. No, it is literally just, I keep having to blow my nose because I have nasal drip, and it fucking sucks. That is literally it. It's not even like a cold that's like... It's more annoying than anything. It's kind of like the equivalent of like someone coming in, self-promoing in the chat and spamming and then making other accounts on top of it. It's just kind of like that, like a slight inconvenience. Oh, ban them. But it's like, damn it. Don't you have anywhere else to be? Don't you have anything else to do? And I say that to the cold that's in my system. SMH. But hello, everyone. Welcome on in. I forgot to put on my stream notifications. Give me one moment. Forgot to let everyone know that I am live on Tit and doing all the random shit. Unlife jacket is an interesting concept. I like to think of that as the idea of, like, inflatable pants. You know, some people are like, oh, Beta, you should get inflatable pants with your inflatable life vest. Do you know what wearing inflatable pants would do? So imagine floating in the water for, like, half a second. And then all of a sudden, you're upside down in the water and you can't float to the surface and you're drowning. That's what an unlife vest, I feel like, would be. It's just inflatable pants, but you capsize. and you can't breathe because you're drowning. Oh, no. I think I had some art piece that my buddy Azume ended up putting together like that. Which, actually, I would love to expand on that concept at some point. Let me just say that. Anyways, let me just post to Twitter to say that I'm live. Not check it, because truthfully, Twitter is quite bad right now. I mean, it always is, but recently it has been pretty bad. It's kind of funny to look at from the perspective of it being bad, but it's also like, I don't really like spending much time there anyways. Whoopsies. But I hope you guys are doing well today. Hope you're having a good Friday. What are your guys' plans for this weekend? For me, it is quite literally clean, get my shit together. Maybe record a video if I can, because there's a lot of projects that I haven't covered yet, and I would like to. And I have some obligation on Sunday to sit on some podcast for 6 hours. Yeah, I'm thrilled for that too. I am thrilled for that. I mean, I did agree to it, but you think like when you're being interviewed, you'd take like maybe an hour. Like, if there's going to be an interview podcast thing, maybe an hour or two. Say I have to be on for 5-6 hours. It's like, what? Am I just going to sit there for the other half? Probably will end up doing that. So then I'll probably take that time to get back to Telegram messages or, like, schedule shit for the week so I don't have to deal with it. So, yeah. That's what I might be doing. I don't know what my plan is, but truthfully, I just kind of need it off to just relax, recuperate, get everything all in order. Not lose my shit mentally from being here. Not that I would. That's actually your guys' job to get me to lose my shit. I need more coffee. That's what I need. I am so wacky and wild today. Ooh. But hey, good news. On a separate note, I think I posted some pics and whatnot on Twitter but the boy is looking nice and clean. He's all nice and brushed, nice and clean. You can even see it in like in his colors and everything too. He looks very, very, very clean. He's all dry. He's not happy, courtesy of the eyebrows, but he looks nice and clean and smells great. At least I can tell it's not COVID because I can smell. Like, I smell the fursuit and it smells like fresh, like, you know, the rug cleaner that I use. But yeah, he's all nice and clean and I'm happy. Can I smell him? $5. I can't even really, like, do a deep whiff or anything because if I do, I feel like I'll get dizzy and lose consciousness, which is just gonna fucking happen because my fucking nose is, like, I hate it. It's just not fun. I don't know what's going on with me. I don't like that. I don't like that. My nose is stuffy. Is it just like cold time? Is it cold season? It just turned September. So I don't know what happened. I don't get it. I'm assuming it's just con crud from quite literally just, you know, going to Megaplex and everyone being there. Many people touching one another. Probably not allergies on my end, honestly. But I honestly wouldn't think it would be, but it wouldn't surprise me if it wasn't. But regardless. Either way, thank you, Melhouse, for the 6-year resub. I greatly appreciate that. Can we get some life jacks and 88 hearts in the chat? And also, thank you for the raid. Short A. We had a good stream on your end. Everyone has been getting sick except me. See, you cleared it. I think I actually... Didn't I get, like... Didn't I get a cold when I came back from Megaplex last year? Does anyone remember from that far back? I don't know if I did. It doesn't feel like I did, but at least now, like, it's kind of hitting hard, the cold that I got. I haven't really gotten, like, a cold in a hot minute either, so I guess that's probably why it's hitting me as hard as it is. Because my body or immune system is not used to it, so it's like, yeah. Also, hi, Ember. Thank you for the...
Let me sniff the boy.
Fine. I mean, you asked nicely. I can't... There you go. There you go. Or wait, are you thinking of the other sniff? Like, No, that's Rano's thing. But yeah. You can sniff the boy. He sniffs you too. Is that how this works? Yeah. Look at him. Look at that nose. Look at how detailed and nice that is. I've been very anal. Okay. Improper phrasing. I've been very particular about not letting people boop the nose recently, and it has upset a couple of people at cons. I'm, literally, I had like a few moments at Megaplex where people wanted to come by and boop the nose, and they asked, which I appreciate. Some people didn't, but we'll get to that in a moment. When people ask me, hey, can I boop the nose? I'm like, no, you cannot. And it's not because of you, I just want to make sure the material is as great as can be. And they're like, aw, well, okay. And then they just go away. They wouldn't say or do anything else. They just go away. They just leave. After I said no, it's like, oh, okay. But there would be like a few moments where people would ask me but wouldn't wait for me to answer it. And they just do it anyways. They'd be like, I'm gonna boop the nose. I'm like, don't do that. Because it's very sensitive material. Ask before touching, please. And then they're like, oh. And they go away as well. I don't know. Is it like, is this like a thing in like the fandom where like people who want to come by just for the nose boops come for only that, and then if they can't get it, or once they get it, they just go away? I don't even get it. I don't understand. Can I boop my balls with a hammer? Rush, I thought you'd never ask. There you go. There you go, buddy. I'm not gonna slam that on the desk. That was a $70 purchase. As someone who does not have $70, you gotta take care of yourself. I miss Beta. I miss Rush. Rush, I miss your face. It was lovely getting to hang with you. I also, I gotta ask. I was on Montbark's stream the other day. What the fuck was with those like sound redeems? Was that all you saying those things and that was added in for like a little whatever Stream Deck thing. What the fuck was that? Can I have some? What do you mean you gotta go? You can't go, you just got here. You gotta at least stay 7 minutes. Look, someone already pulled out recently, and they're like, I'm bored already, I'm leaving. And it's like, okay, well, you just ruined that for everyone, because everyone now has to stay here for 7 minutes minimum. You cannot leave now, if you just got here. Also, thank you again, Ember, for, I'm assuming that's £5 or €5. I greatly appreciate it. I hope you enjoyed the sniff. I don't know what the sniff was supposed to be like, but I did my... You know, I'm fading fast. I'm gonna slam this real quick like I'm slamming a beer in Epcot. Give me a moment.
Whiff whiff ah woo.
Oh, yeah, baby. Oh, yeah, baby. That's the good shit. Look, I'm good at that. You're actually going to see a video. Is it okay for me to play this? Hold on. We could start up the Megaplex Con recap by going over this. Give me a moment. Jake, you sent this to me. Where are you in my Telegram? Oh, Princess. Not Princess Ember, but we love Princess Ember. Hello, Princess. Where was that video? Oh, there it is. Is it okay for me to show this? Oh, wait, I already saved it? Oh, okay, well. I can't really show my downloads folder, because there's a lot of stuff there I can't show. Ooh-wee. What on earth is happening? Why do we have a hype train? What happened? What happened? What did I do? You guys have been spamming my ass, and I've done nothing so far. I haven't even prepped and readied for the stream. What is this clip that I can show? Can I show this? Where is it? There it is. There you are, BB. Okay, I think I know... Oh, wait. How long am I able to play it till? 12 seconds. Okay, so 12 seconds. That's how far I can play this. For context, with this video... First off, thank you, Constant, for the tip prime for 7 months. I appreciate that. I am all over the place. I am so sorry, everyone. You're gonna get some funny stuff, okay? Give me some moment. Okay. So this, for context... I know I'm skipping ahead. This is from, like, I think this was Friday. Friday at the con. Wasn't even at the con yet. The con didn't even start. Or technically it did. Everyone was registering. I ended up going to Epcot for a Disney park trip with a bunch of friends. One with, like, Jake, Cody, Sammy, a couple of other friends on top of that. And we were doing drinking around the world. I was blitzed by France. But I ended up getting a nice... Bud Light beer, just to try, you know, because I've been having all this good booze throughout the day. Might as well try something shitty. So I got a Bud Light for $11. Courtesy of Disney. And we were about to leave the park. Right as I got this beer, I'm like, oh shit. I gotta slam this, like the whole thing. So I did it, and Jake was kind enough to record it for me. Let me just say, my inner fraternity brother was really going with this. But I want you to listen to this and hear this. There's my Spotify. Oh, we love Spotify. I want you to listen to and see this, and this is gonna kick off our Megaplex Con recap. Jake hand reveal. I mean, Jake everything reveal at this point, but hey, you know, can I play this, please? Okay, yeah. Just me. Punching it. Oh my god. Goodbye, $11. Perfect. Damn it! There you go. That was quite impressive, I will say. That was impressive. One more. Perfect. There you go. Oh, look at that face. What a lovely, lovely face. Look, I felt it bubbling up fast. I'm like, you know what? I'm either going to throw up or I'm going to have the best burp ever. I gambled on the fart and won. You're welcome. Anyways. Hi, everyone. Welcome on in. Today we're going to be talking about Megaplex and the con recap, the fun times that I had, the adventures that I went on, the fursuiting experiences, and how I got my fursuit more wet than it probably should have. And I got called a slur at some point, not in that order, but look, it was a time, I will say it. Had some good moments, some bad moments, but overall, the good moments outweighed it tremendously. The time that I had with my friends, loved it so much. We'll get into the con recap eventually. Just wanted to show you that funny little clip courtesy of the Jake Werepanther. Hi, Jake. Oh my god. Quick, we gotta be cool. We gotta be cool and chill. If we ask nicely, maybe he'll... I don't know. Anyways, hi, Jake. How are the wife and kids? How are you? Are you staying life jacket? You did your con recap already, I think, right? You did it like Wednesday? Yeah, I think you did. But hi. I didn't say anything about that, Jake. I said punching the beer. Like, you know, slamming the beer. Yeah, I can do that, surprisingly. People don't expect that from me, and it was really, it's really funny every single time. It just reminds, every time I think about, like, slamming a beer, I remember that one moment where I took my first ever, Jaeger bomb with friends at Korean barbecue. And this was at Denver, and I slammed it, and everyone was, like, speechless. They're like, Beta, you can do that? I'm like, do I not look like I have the body that can do it? I think everyone just presumes that I'm so timid and to myself that I wouldn't ever do anything like that. But, regardless, that was just one little thing that happened on my lengthy trip to Florida, to Disney, to raining every 10 minutes or so, thunderstorm here and there, and then it's like sunny skies, but the humidity, that's the one thing I don't miss. Jake, I don't know how you do it. The humidity is no fun. I miss Jake. You know, no missing Beta. I miss Jake. Jake is good soup. Jake is really good soup. And also, I forgot to say as well, thank you, Dragon, for the 2 gifted subs. I greatly appreciate that. And thank you, Toasty, for the 100 bits. We got a hype train going. I don't know what the fuck that means. I don't really have any, sorry, September goals or anything.
I dropped a full can of Monster the other day and got a small hole in it, and basically shotgunned it all XD. This was probably 2 to 3 in the morning.
I mean, don't want to waste it now, do you? You don't want to waste a good Monster energy drink. You don't want to waste anything. So I get you. I understand. And I'm proud of you for taking that initiative. However, that was probably a bad decision, knowing you probably wanted to sleep. Look, you survived, I think. Maybe these are the effects of it that you're saying, Ember. But hey, tomato soup, I would love some tomato soup right now. My fucking sinuses are killing me, and no matter how much, like, Dayquil and, like, Mucinex I take, not at the same time. Still not helping. Maybe this will help. Okay, never mind. That does not help. That just makes it worse. Now there's mucus all over my nose. Great. Okay. I thought it'd make things better. It just ended up making them worse. That's the story of my life right there. Oh, but thank you for the 100 bits, Ember. I appreciate it. Welcome on in, everyone. I hope you're having a good Friday. I hope you're having a good weekend. Today we don't have anything super special besides our usual post-furry convention recap that took good amount of time for me to get together. I don't know. I really wanted to do, like, my cleaning stream yesterday, so that's why I did that. And then Wednesday, I was just absolutely dead to the world. And so I didn't want to really push anything. And I've still been trying to get better with this con crud that's been lingering ever since I got back. Like, I had a really bad sore throat on the Tuesday that I got back. And so I thought, oh god, it's COVID. So I went and got a COVID test and came back negative. So luckily, it's just con crud. Unfortunately, it's still con crud. So it's kind of up in the air on when it's going to get better. And it is going through its phases where it went from... yeah, just the tip. Pretty much it's just the tip. But yeah, you know, we're slowly but surely recovering. Now instead of my left nostril being congested, is my right nostril. I don't know why. But hey, I'm thinking about doing a thing where what's the sub thing at now? We could do a little sub-goal thing for September, where if we had, like, a certain amount, I could put on my fursuit for a bit and continue the con recap in fursuit for a certain amount of time. I don't know. Thinking that might be not a bad incentive at the end of the day. Or grippers, not that I can really show grippers here feasibly. I don't know. You beg. Oh, man. I should find a way on how to do whatever that is. Oh my god, is that Moon? I miss Moon. I haven't seen or heard from you in so long. How are you doing, Moon? I don't know who you are, but you are... Wait, hold on. Where'd that message go? Come back here. I don't know who you are, but you seem like a fun streamer. Well, hello there, Moon boy. Welcome on. Moon, I haven't seen your face in so long. How are you? How are the wife and kids? How are things? I still have that shirt you got from me. I still have that shirt. It is such an awesome shirt. I look at it, I'm like, oh god, am I going to wear this today? Am I going to go to Costco in this? Yeah, I am. I miss you, Maverick. Now show your feet. Oh my god. I can't. Maverick feet. Where even are my paws to begin with? I think they're here. Oh, they are. Look at that. Not even Maverick's feet, but just paws. There you go. Get kicked, idiot.
Maverick's feet.
Idiot. Dummy. Okay, that was me. I'm sorry. You were just clean, too, so I don't want to hurt you anymore. Oh, no, your eyelid. Oh, no. Oh, no, rip eyelid. Oh, no, rip bozo. Oh, no. Oh no! Oh, he's actually really cute. I like him. I love him. He's such a cutie. I love this dog. He's my favorite dog. It's Levi, my favorite dog. Awa. Am I going crazy? I think I'm going nuts. I mean, fork found in kitchen drawer, so like, what else is new? I just like how clean and happy he is. I love it. I'm gonna blow my nose again. God damn it. Also, Dragon, thank you for the gifted sub as well. To Dio Furry. Dio, you better enjoy those emotes, I swear to God. I don't know why, I'm just telling you things in a threatening manner. Isn't that fun to be threatening ever so slightly? Hey man, how do you cancel a cold? Like, do we get the... What kind of Google Doc do we put together for that? Just to get it out of my system. I can't even really take any more meds for it either, so I'm just kind of in this weird dire straits moment of like, ooh, I gotta figure shit out and hope for the best. Can't take any more Motrin, or Tylenol, or Advil. At least I don't think. What's in Dayquil? Is it acetaminophen? Because honestly, I might pop like 2 more Tylenol. Let me see. Oh, it's acetaminophen. So I should take ibuprofen. Is Motrin ibuprofen? Okay, so I take Motrin. So I took Dayquil I'm gonna take some Motrin. Give me a moment. I need this for my nose, and hopefully this clears some shit up here. Anyways, enjoy the dog who's having his time right now. Or Tilcock. Drugs? No, not in this household, okay? Not in this household. John Daniel! What is it? Mike Tyson Grills? What the fuck was that thing called? The little grill thing. Like the tiny mini grill that you'd have in a home. Why am I being reminded of that from like John, isn't it like John Madden Grills? I don't fucking know, man. I'm losing my mind. John Daniel, thank you for becoming a channel member. Enjoy the life jackets and emotes on the YouTube channel live stream. George Foreman. Nowhere fucking close to what I was guessing. Great. Wait, Motrin is the military's cure for all medical conditions? That's crazy. George Foreman. Okay, so I'm an idiot. That's just what it comes down to at the end of the day. I'm an idiot. I'm very dumb. I'm very stupid. But hey, George Foreman Grill. Don't know where that came from. Don't know why I was thinking about that with regards to John Daniel. Maybe I was thinking Jack Daniels. But regardless, thank you for the channel membership. Enjoy the emotes. Hi, everyone. For some reason, I'm still trying to get into the swing of things. But you know what? We're here. I hit the go live button. I'm a little late to stream, but on the bright note, I do have some marinated chicken that I cooked up that I should have ready for tomorrow. So I don't have to worry about eating. And that's good, I think. But overall, I hope you guys have been doing well today. Hope the wife and kids are well. Hope you're staying life jacket and floaty. Welcome on in. Today we'll be going over our recap and fun times and adventures we had at Megaplex, which I know I have been putting off for a bit. It's mainly because I wanted to make sure I had everything together for this recap. And also because I wanted to make sure that I was going to tell the stories that I'm going to in a manner that isn't destructive. Because there are some things that I want to share about my Megaplex experience. Not to say that it was anyone's fault specifically. It's just kind of how things ended up happening. And how I kind of took them. I was like, oh, that's an inconvenience. Oh, well. Let's go on to the next thing. I can't tell if that's just a depression or lack of caring or really anything. Look, I've been watching too many video essays recently telling me that I've been depressed because I am not interpreting a piece of media the way that I should be and I'm just inconvenienced. But regardless, the point being, Megaplex. Banger fucking con. I know you might think going to a furry convention in the middle of Orlando, Florida is not a wise idea. And in most cases, it wouldn't. I, for one, was on that train for a long while of like, you are not getting me in Florida for a furry convention. That sounds like a horrible idea. Come. You know, I'll read this for you, Ember. Come. I'd do anything for Jesus. I found over 1,700 times in the Word of God where this word is used. Come. And that's not cometh and the rest of the comes, but that's just come. Preaching my heart out for 45 minutes to an hour on that one word, come. And it was one of our Lord's favorite words. Come unto me. Come and drink. Come and dine. Jesus said, come. Come, come, come. Look, I thought I'd at least give as much effort as I could for that for you, Ember. How would you rate that? Scale of 1 to 14. But Megaplex, all in all, was a good time. I had fun. The adventures that I had with my friends, regardless of whether or not I went to Disney with friends that Friday, I had a good time. I got to see the people that I wanted to, got to have some tinks and drinks. Honestly, a little too much drinks for one night, but regardless, it still ended up being, you know, a good time overall. But all in all, it was fun. There's some things to talk about with it, with just how I've understood my position in the furry fandom to some extent. This isn't just supposed to be like an, oh, woe is me. I'm trying to find, like, constructive ways to kind of go about dealing with this stuff. And I know I kind of left off the con at a bittersweet note. But even looking back on it, reflecting on the time that I had, yeah, it was pretty good. Day 1 was a banger. Day 2 was a banger. Day 3 and 4 were great. It's just that one day or night before I left that was just a little but it doesn't mean that the con was bad. Overall, I had an amazing time. I got to see the friends that I wanted to, got to have some really good food. I wish I had taken more of an initiative to get better or good food at the end of the day instead of like eating leftovers.
Anything for Jesus. I found over 1,700 times in the Word of God where this word is used. Come.
Actually, we can just go to the recap and just see it there.
Come. Preaching my heart out for 45 minutes to an hour on that one word, come. And it was one of our Lord's favorite words. Come unto me. Come and drink. Come and dine. Jesus said, come, come, and it goes on and on and on. I know this is dumb, friends, but there are people that still haven't got it, so bear with me. When I say come,
me and Jesus,
it means come. And I'm coming. You're
and
coming.
Sonic.
When I turn to my son and I
and
say
Sonic.
come, I want them to come. That word come is universal in its application. Come. What did Jesus say to his disciples? Come. There's no room for discussion, friend. Guess what? Come. It commands obedience.
I love that. It's just kind of like the come jump scare. Guess what?
Come. He was crucified for you. He died for you. He did everything for you. It's time for you to
I love
come.
the electric
He's
feedback in the mic. Anyone
come.
noticing that
just
too?
A baby in a manger, friend. That was God coming. I love the way the Christmas story starts out because God came and then the wise men had to come.
He came to the furry convention.
And ever since Jesus came, he said,
came to the furry convention.
Now you come.
Yeah, he told me to come over, and I came over to Jesus.
That's demonic, friend. You're gonna die. And one day when
he told me to come over, and I came over, and we got this nice pic.
Look at me when I die and say, I've been calling you all your life. Now through death, you had to come. I said, come. For those of you that don't believe that, friend, you need to read your Bible.
I don't think Jesus had a Bible on him at the time, but you know what? God bless, not America. You walked into something interesting? Damn right you did, Shane. And look, we're in the middle of our con recap, and look what I'm doing directly after meeting Jesus. Yeah, half of these pics are of the con recap are literally just pictures of my face that I took out of context. I've been like, I don't know, I've kind of had this weird sort of approach to doing either like convention photos, convention recaps, con vlogs, and all that. I try to minimize the amount of pictures that I take with other people in the shot, or especially like taking pictures of like the convention space and making sure like I'm not getting anyone in the shot. Just try not to be that like very annoying filming everything vlogger, YouTuber sort of thing. I just try to be conscientious, and maybe I'm a little too conscientious. Conscientious? Yeah, maybe I'm a bit too conscientious at the end of the day, but regardless, I've been taking more pictures of my face and the different things that I'm doing, and then I kind of let the stories go from there. So that's why in this con recap, and I feel like you've probably noticed this with the Awustria one, a lot less of it is like pictures of the convention space and more of like pictures of me, pictures of my fursuit, pictures of what I'm doing. And if there are conventions of the pictures of the convention space, it's very minimal or censored. So for me, it's one of those things I just try to do. But I feel like I did a pretty good job at least this recap with organizing it. I feel a little bad that there isn't as much to share with it, but there should be some good stories that come from this. I mean, good stories and bad stories and some funny moments. For me, I feel like as well, and this is just kind of going into the prefacing of like furry conventions, I kind of realize I might need to take a break from doing cons, at least not for just like this year, but next year. Not in the sense where I don't want to go to them. I just feel like I've had the same good routine of, you know, spending time with friends. But I haven't done anything new or different. I mean, I had plans to do some new or different things this con that fell through rather quickly because your boy got ghosted. And that was oof. But hey, you know, you live and learn. Go on to the next best thing and do some cool other shit, and I feel like I did that this con. It was a new experience in many ways, learned some things about myself, but regardless, it was still a pretty good con. It was a furry convention in essence at the end of the day, and I think just going forward, I'm gonna have to pick and choose the conventions that I want to attend, not just in terms of, you know, expenses for the con being what they are, but in terms of wanting to do the things that I'm looking to do at them. If I'm kind of doing the same thing over and over again, like, I like doing FWA and Megaplex, it just didn't hit the same. Like, I know the last Megaplex for me was very kind of life-changing to some extent, with, like, hanging out with the friends that I did, really getting to meet Jake and Cody and everyone. This con was still great, and I got to do all that with them. But it didn't hit the same thing as like last year. And maybe it's just the vibe. Maybe it's the time in my life now. Maybe I just need to look for new experiences. And maybe that's kind of the problem that I have with conventions, if that makes sense. It's not really even a problem. It's just like, oh, maybe I'm just looking for something deeper. I don't really know. But regardless, just want to say again, con was great. I had a good time. All the adventures that I had with my friends, going to Disney, drinking late at night, all the soju that I drank, all of the fursuit pics that I took. The fursuit pool pics made me really happy. It had nothing to do with me trying to look like sexy, if that makes sense, or getting like that pool megaplex bod that everyone was working towards. It was more just like, oh, I get to wear my life jacket at the pool. So I was really, really excited. I was really, really excited.
It would be nice, but probably out of budget, to see you go to another foreign con like in Asia or something.
I would love to do something like that. I just know that when it comes to furry conventions in like Europe or like the UK or overseas foreign conventions, it is a lot of money, and that mainly comes down to like the travel expenses. Like even just getting to Europe for me and my +1 was, give or take, $2,000, $2,200, which is a lot, and it's still feasible to be able to do that. It's just something that I have to set up in the future for like longer. So regardless, it's one of those things where I'd love to in time, and I think it would be a fun experience, but it's not something that I'm working towards at the moment. I feel like I should be. But regardless, I appreciate the pointers in the bits, by the way, Dragon. I do appreciate that. And also, Shane, I appreciate the bits as well. And same with you, Shameless. Maybe to burn out the cold, get an LGBO spice blend from a local Nigerian store. Stuff is hotter than the sun, but beats being sick. Honestly, that's probably what I should have done with, like, even cooking up my chicken. Like, I didn't put enough spice or shit in it, and I feel like I should have. Honestly, Sam, I love this con, and I loved hanging out with you and everyone, but it just didn't hit for me. Yeah, I can't really explain that, Rush. Like, if anything, I feel like I saw you more at this con than, like, other cons. And I'm glad that I did. I had a great time. I don't know, it just didn't hit the same. I can't explain it. I think for me, the biggest difference was, like I said, with Megaplex last year being the first time I went to the con, and having kind of the life-changing experience that I did with meeting Jake and Cody and meeting all these new peeps, like, yeah, it was pretty great. I think I had set that standard as high as it was unintentionally, even if I didn't set that standard. Maybe that's what happened with it. But I don't really know, you know? Just because it wasn't a 10 out of 10, you know, amazing, better than the last con, doesn't mean it was a bad con either. And that's just something to consider, you know? It's because I was 99% sober this con. Honestly, I wasn't. And I feel like as well I've realized, like, I don't need to do cons, like, super shit-faced. Not that I really got shit-faced or anything. It's just one of those where, like, for me, the fun kind of came from just not doing that. I don't know. It's a weird thing. It's a balance that I'm trying to figure out going into, like, the next con as well. Which I'll definitely be able to check out and see at FurPoc this year, which is my next and sadly last con of the year that I'll be doing, but I'm still excited for. I feel this year I didn't spend enough time with friends. That's fair, Koopa. I will say it was lovely running into you very briefly at in the Headless Lounge, seeing you. I saw you in passing. I'm like, oh, look at him over there. Oh, I want to get up, but I'm so tired. So I just, like, appreciated you from a distance, if that makes sense. You looked like you were having fun, and that's all that matters to me. My friends are having fun. But yeah. Sometimes the con is the move, sometimes staying at home and staring at the ceiling while pondering is the move. Just gotta mix it up. Yeah, that's what it is for me. Also, hi, Wolf. I hope you're doing well. It's definitely weird. It's something that I'm trying to figure out going into future cons, and it's something that I'm really reflecting on with Megaplex, because I did have a great time. I'm just like, what is gonna be that big banger moment? You know, what is gonna be that big thing that's gonna make me be like, yep, this was the con. It's not to say it wasn't the con. I don't even think it was specifically any reason. I don't know. It's just weird. This is something I'll think about in time. But overall, Megaplex was great. I've got a bunch of photos to show you guys and stories to tell about the time I roomed with Monty and Nova. That was the squad this year. Oh, and Thunder as well. Our friend Thunder, or Thunder Sergal, or Thunder Sage Sergal. I don't know what his proper, like, furry name is, but he was like a local, and and he didn't have a place to stay, so he just ended up being like our 4th impromptu roommate, and just hung out with us throughout the con, and it was really fun. I had a great time getting to know him and hang with him. Same thing with Monty. Like, spending a con with, like, Monty was also fun. But to properly get this started for our Megaplex 2025 con recap, here's what we're working with today. Well, that, but mainly this. This, how do I full screen this? How Window. How do I full screen this? F11? No dice. I'm gonna try some stuff just in case, because I don't want to show anything that shouldn't. Give me a moment. Pretend you didn't see anything. Sonic is back. Sonic is always back. I feel like we're just gonna keep him there. Oh, it's Control F? That's weird. Okay, so Control F made it full screen. That's cool. Sonic, we don't need you here. Get out of here for a moment. So I guess Control F makes this full screen. Don't know why that is. But alright. Megaplex 2025. The Furry Convention in Orlando, Florida. This year just hit the 10,000 convention attendee threshold, making it the 4th biggest furry convention in the US currently. Which honestly makes sense, knowing how awesome of a convention Megaplex has been in the past year or two from what I've heard. And then this year, you know, obviously I expected a lot of people to come to the con, just from what everyone said with last year with it being amazing. I said it was amazing. I told people to go to Megaplex if they hadn't already. And I know a lot of people did want to go. And that ended up resulting in, you know, the turnout that we had, where I think, like, wasn't last year around like 7,000 to 8,000 attendees? Or something, and then this year with the 10,000 attendees, it had a pretty big spike in the amount of folks wanting to go to it, which is crazy to think about. But even then, you know, 10,000 attendee con, that's a hella big milestone. So big congrats to Megaplex on that. And also just thank you to staff members. If any of you are here listening to this, staff volunteers of Megaplex, thank you for making it happen. I know obviously there were some like roadblocks and people that were unhappy about things, whether it was like registration or like, you know, there's no such thing as a perfect convention. But again, thank you for the work that you did putting into the con. I appreciate it because this was a banger convention and I'm glad that I went. Even again, if it wasn't better than the first time that I went, which was all kind of in my own control of understanding first Megaplex, first convention that I've been to with new experiences and all that, like, I know that topping it in terms of this con being better than the last wasn't going to happen. I still had a great time, and I'm glad that I went. But for Megaplex this year, they ended up having the convention from Friday to Monday, where it was Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, and for a lot of folks, they ended up doing like Thursday to Monday as like the Wednesday, or Thursday to Tuesday as like the Wednesday to Monday sort of thing. Which for me, I always try to do like the big mainstream-ish cons that I like to do, like FWA I'll try to do the Wednesday of, or like, especially this con I wanted to do the Wednesday of just to like get in and hang out and maybe use that extra day to go to like Disney or something since it's like right down the road. But it was a little weird this year because everyone was arriving on like Thursday or Friday and leaving on Tuesday because of like, what was the day again? Was it a Memorial Day? I don't know if it's Memorial Day or not. But regardless, instead of it being the usual schedule, it was shifted over by a day. So it was a little strange. Labor Day? Okay. Well, I was laboring on Monday. Don't you worry. It all kind of works out. But also, hi, Ender. I hope you're doing well. Good to see your face. How was the flight? It was okay. I mean, it was also one of those where, like, I wanted to fly with an airline that I had a bunch of points for, and just so I made use of them, so I flew with Southwest. I basically got my flights for free from my points, but all of the flights were at, like, the ass crack of dawn. And if I wanted, like, an afternoon, late in the afternoon, evening flight, it was going to be, like, multiple stops. And it's like, no, just straight shot it to Florida. Please and thanks. I'm on the coast. It works out that way. So, getting into the con, I went from, I believe, Thursday, like, early Thursday, and left on Monday, or Tuesday, not Monday, Tuesday morning. And all throughout this time, I had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5-ish days while in Florida. And it was pretty good. It was pretty fun. It was a pretty good time. But while I was getting ready on that Wednesday evening, or I guess Wednesday going into Thursday, this is my day 0. And also, this is Yeah, just some highlight pictures. I wanted to do a style kind of...
Victory Royale.
There's so much happening. I'm getting overwhelmed. I'm overstimulated. Get down.
My friend just got down. I revived him. Now we're heading southbound. Now we're in the Pleasant Park streets. Look at the map. Go to the...
I love how that overlapped completely with the alert so that I heard absolutely nothing. Thank you, Twitch. You're doing great. But also, Holy Stromboli, thank you for the 1,000 bits. That is very, very generous of you. I appreciate it greatly. Could we get some life jackets and beta 8 hearts in the chat, please and thanks. I appreciate it lots. So I haven't been around, been busy writing, building, and working. Hope you have been doing well. I look forward to catching up on all the videos you have posted. If you keep on keeping on, I'll continue life staying jacket. I appreciate that. Thank you for the kind words, Holy Stromboli. And I hope that the grind and the stuff that you've been doing in your life is going well. Consider it this, you know, it's like a training arc. And never, another thing as well, don't feel bad. Never say sorry for not being around, okay? This is all miscellaneous, optional entertainment. You can be entertained or not. Do not feel obligated to be here. You know, as much as it might feel like an obligation to be here, whether you're like a mod even, or like a VIP or something, you're just, I appreciate that you want to come by. Don't feel bad if you don't, but don't feel like you have to either. You know, it's all just kind of, it's the realm of entertainment on the internet, but I appreciate that you want to come by, and I appreciate the bits and the support. It does mean a lot. It really does mean a lot. And you guys mean a lot. I'm glad that you want to be here during my con recap and see me absolutely plastered out of my fucking mind with Figgy. That's Figgy. He has another nickname in my book, but I can't say that here. As much as I have the card to be able to say that word, I cannot say that here. But imagine, do not say anything. Just imagine, you know, because he's a good friend of mine. I call him, you know. But look, it's just I wish I could say that here, but unfortunately, I'm just, you know, not. I gotta be safe on stream. Is that a speak? Hello, speak. Is that the speak? I can't tell. I see so many people with the name like Tall this or Tall that. And sometimes I have to like double check. If this is you, speak, hello. Welcome on in. You missed me while I was plastered on Saturday. Wait, was this Saturday or was this Friday? I can't remember. Maybe this was Sunday. That also ended up fucking things up for me so bad. Because like I wanted to party on Sunday, or on the Saturday of the con, on the Sunday, but then I realized, oh shit, I'm gonna be waking up after being drunk on that Monday, and it's gonna throw my schedule all out of whack, and pretty much this whole week has been out of whack because of that. So, the only critique or criticism that I have, if the con can do it for next year, please, I like how they were still able to do that con weekend of like Friday to Monday, but please never do that again. Please do it Thursday to Sunday. That makes it so much easier, because Monday I just go home from the con and I don't have to worry about missing anything of that Monday being the Sunday. That's the only critique. I'm still going to attend Megaplex if I can, I will say, even if it is that same Friday to Monday for the convention days. I'm okay with that. But just like, please, in the future, my schedule has been so fucked up for the past like 3 days. But luckily it's the end of the week, so you know, it works out. It works out. That was a one-off. Megaplex is returning to normal days. Good. Good. I mean, here's the thing again. I was going to end up attending Megaplex next year. I feel like this is, if I'm being honest too, I know I'm kind of jumping around in this recap and I have to go over a lot of bits and support and all that. Thank you for the gifted sub to Talawu Speakeasy. By the way, can we get a shout out for Speak? I like their streams. Low-key, your streams are fun to be in. Hope you're doing well. It was a pleasure meeting you, by the way. But yeah, thank you for the gifted sub to Speak. Enjoy the floaties emotes on Twitch, Speak. But I want to say as well, for the record, I genuinely think Megaplex is going to be in my rotation of yearly cons. You know how a lot of folks want to do like FWA as like the best con that they've attended, and they want to do that every year. They want to make that an annual thing. I think I want to make Megaplex an annual thing. I really have liked Megaplex for the past year or two. It's genuinely been, in my opinion, a little bit better than FWA. And I love FWA. I love A&E. I've so far my staple cons for like yearly cons have been my 2 local ones, which are Anthem New England and Furpocalypse. So one in the middle of the winter, one in the middle of the fall. Perfect timing. FWA has been a good staple. I don't have like an April or March convention that I usually attend. I'm trying to find that, whether that's like LVFC or like, well, let's just say after getting back from Megaplex, I got a very interesting email about another opportunity where I'll be going to a convention sometime in maybe March or April for another special position. Let me just say I'm a little overwhelmed, but it could happen. Don't want to make any promises, but that might fill the void at some point. But point being, I've been kind of looking for like a late summer convention that isn't FWA. Because I love FWA, I'm going to do it yearly, but I wanted to try something else. And so Megaplex was like my first shot at it last year. And with last year and this year, like I think it's in my book for being genuinely like a yearly annual convention. Because think about it this way, and this is like how I've considered it. I don't really get to do anything during the summer. Genuinely, the first time I was in the pool at Megaplex was the first time I got into a body of water besides showering throughout this summer. Didn't go to the beach at all this summer. Didn't get to really celebrate anything summery. Didn't get to do any of that. Meanwhile, in Florida, I'm right by Disney, so I can go and drink around the world with friends in Epcot, which is exactly what I did. Have a day for Disney. Have the rest of the con to explore the space, which is a beautiful space, by the way. You're technically in a resort. The hotel is fantastic. The convention space is fantastic. Fursuiting around the convention space is fantastic. You got the pools, you got the cabanas. I think Megaplex genuinely is in the books for me being an annual convention. I want to attend it every year, and I will go out of my way to do so. It is like the con that I genuinely love. Genuinely. And I think it is going to line up. And also another thing I forgot to mention too, it really isn't that expensive going there. I think out of all the conventions that I've attended this year, not even just including, you know, I got my flights free because of the points that I had with Southwest. Not sponsored, by the way. Despite the flights being basically nothing, going to Florida for a convention actually was pretty cheap. It's on the same coast for me. It's like a 3-hour flight. Super convenient going to and from anywhere that I needed to. And overall for the convention, I had to like recheck the bill today. Because it was just... It was for the roomies for the con. It was supposed to be 4 people. Because I had my room. But it was originally just ended up being me, Nova, and Monty. And our friend Thunder joined for the open 4th spot, since, you know, he didn't have a place to sleep. And I'm like, dude, just sleep in the spare bed we got. You're good. Despite that, and it only being 3 people, I had to check the bill again, because it's like... It's under $200 per person for the 3 of us. For that double queen room. For the 2 queen beds room. I'm gonna be honest, it's a pretty cheap-ass con. It's in the books for me for every year from now on. Genuinely. And I did spend a lot of money in the Dealer's Den 2 Koopa, some of which I can't show, but I can show you guys the things that I wanted to get but didn't because I had self-restraint. But yeah, overall, point being, Megaplex, I think for me as a furry convention is like in the books as an annual con. Just because of convenience, because of time of year, because, well, the time of year might be a little iffy, but at least for having the void of like an August convention, that's my go-to. As someone who used to do Denver too, which I'm not, to be honest, probably don't want to go back to Denver, but I like it. And I'm glad that everyone, at least the folks that I know, had a good time at that. 80s for that other stuff? Okay, well, yes and no. Sort of. But, you know, it's just one of those where I'm going to be going every year for the foreseeable future if I can, because it's just that good of a con. And that's just what I want to preface all of this with, despite, you know, my shortcomings and little events that I had throughout the con. It was still an awesome time. The friends made it, the experience made it, the area is great. I really can't see anything wrong with it besides, you know, maybe the registration part, but that's just, from what I know, growing pains with, like, a convention getting 40% growth rate from what I gather. Isn't it like give or take 40%? 20 to 30-ish%? Maybe 40% if we're generous, for a convention where it went from like 7,200 attendees to over 10,000. That's crazy. It's a lot of people. Also, hi, Cloudy. I hope you're doing well. And also, I forgot to go over all the notifications. We'll go through the con recap, but first off, thank you, Ollie, for the 2 gifted subs. I greatly appreciate that. Could we get some life jackets and beta hearts in the chat? Ollie the otter. I love otters. They're so cute. That's so cute. I like that. But thank you for the 2 gifted subs. I greatly appreciate it. And thank you, Long Rider, for the $2 super chat. I appreciate it. Hope you or your handler didn't forget umbrellas. The only time I needed an umbrella but didn't have it was when I was drinking around the world in Disney. And let me tell you, I did not go and get a poncho because that fucker was going to be 20 bucks for a piece of plastic I carry over my body. I'm just going to get wet. I'm already moist and sweaty and covered in sunscreen as is. Why not, get the whole package? Why not get all 4 elements? Become the Avatar and master all the elements. All forms of water. Oh my god. But thank you for the super chat. Thank you, Dragon, for the gifted sub to Talawu or Speak. I'm gonna have to get used to that, by the way. Your name Talawu, but regardless. Megaplex 2025. How did the con go? Well, Wednesday for me was like the big prep day where I did a lot of my packing, my cleaning, getting shit together. Where day 0 for me was like a mix between Wednesday and Thursday. I didn't end up sleeping, believe it or not. I did not end up sleeping my night before because my flight left, I think, at like 6 a.m. So I had to be at the airport at like 3:30, 4 or so. So, yeah, I just stayed up all night, got all my stuff together, organized all my crap, and distracted myself by playing Deadlock. I didn't do anything. I was like, we could record a video, or we could play some Deadlock and have my best holiday game to date, in which the enemy team said I was smurfing, which was really funny to think about. But, yeah, day 0 is a mixture between Wednesday and Thursday, or officially Thursday for day 0. I took Monty's Kane's Ginity, which actually, I have another little clip for you guys for that. Where's the Kane's Ginity clip? I have to find it. It's in the con recap somewhere. I couldn't include it in the presentation. Actually, we'll get onto it when you can. Okay, there's a video for this. We're going to go in order. So Wednesday, I had woken up. I was like, you know what? I have no food in the fridge. I'm just going to get the bare minimum of coffee and whatever food that I'm going to get before I leave. So I went to Starbucks, went to get my hair cut. And I didn't say anything about me traveling or going anywhere, but this was the message that I got on my Starbucks coffee. Ignore him. Before I left, the coffee wizard wishes you good luck on your journey. And then you go down. Look at the coffee wizard. I said absolutely nothing about where I was going and if I was going anywhere. But I went to get a coffee and I got that message on my cup. I think that's a good sign. It's a good omen, at least in my book. I hate Starbucks. Do you, Rush? Hi, can I get a pumpkin spice latte with extra pumpkin spice latte in it? Oh yeah, sure. You want some pumpkin sauce? No, I want more pumpkin spice latte in my pumpkin spice latte. You know the pumpkin spice latte that makes it pumpkin spice? Yeah, I want that in my pumpkin spice latte. Look, Rush, I know your pain. One of my best friends in the whole world works at Starbucks, and he gets so pissed when people do that. It's just pumpkin sauce. That's it. All I ask for, venti iced coffee, 3 pumpkin sauce shots. I would probably go with 2 because it was way too sweet in my book. And then oat milk. It's pretty much my solid order when it comes to anything pumpkin spice or pumpkin for the holiday season. So yeah. OMG, it's my favorite furry YouTuber. Oh my gosh, it's my favorite furry artist, the Rustled Fluff. Hi, Russ. I love Russ. Guys, can we have a shout out for Russ? I miss Russ. He's good soup. I put Russ in a life jacket. Actually, that might be one of my next sticker commissions from you, of like a YCH life jacketing sticker where I put friend in life vest and make them cozy and floaty. But yeah, go and check out Russ. He's the unanimous sticker artist of the fandom, along with Poolex and I think whatever the other artist's name is now. I can't remember. They went by Cinnamon Spots or something. But regardless, Russ, we're going over my con recap from Megaplex. Did you see what I looked like after my haircut? I was having a time. I was a little exhausted because I think I had like 4 hours of sleep going into this day. I wanted to get up early, get everything that I needed so I could pack and all that. And it was just, I was taking my sweet ass time, let me tell you. But it worked out. Can I get a pumpkin spice latte? No pumpkin, no spice, no whipped cream, no milk, no shots, only water. I just give him the cup and tell him to wait till it rains. That's what I would do. Rush, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. But hey, you know, just know that my orders when it comes to pumpkin coffee are easy. And hey, I guess they liked me enough that they left this little message on my cup. Again, I think it's a good omen. I just don't really know if they knew. I don't think they know me for me. I was just like, oh, I like the little wizard. And then I told them thank you. It didn't seem like they knew where I was going. But hey, at least the wizard was nice and happy. And look at the dog. He was nice and happy. I love how I can very visibly notice a difference in how he looks in terms of cleanliness here versus like here. Because here, he's like super clean. Look at the dog. Look at the dog. Oh, I love this dog. I love my dog. I don't know why. Ever since I like washed him, I've started like, I don't know, paying more attention to him, wearing him and all that. He makes me like so happy. I don't know, I haven't really related to Levi as well recently, but like I love my puppy. My big floaty puppy. Which we'll see more of the floaty puppy in this recap. Actually, maybe we'll do that for an impromptu September goal. If we hit 300 subs total in the sub goal counter thing, I'll wear Levi for more of this stream while I do my recap. That would be a fun little goal if that's something. I don't really know. I don't know how to set goals. I just kind of am going to keep docking and doing my thing. But the floaty puppy that I was getting ready for Megaplex with, I got him in the bag. I packed him all away. Pretty much all of my Wednesday was packing and getting things together. I had a goal for myself to record a few videos and like finish a stream or something, but I ended up putting way too much on my plate and I was a little overwhelmed going into it. I also had like bad vibe feelings going into Megaplex that I was worried about, but it was also, a lot of it was my anxiety, me overthinking and worrying, so I kind of turned my brain off after venting to a friend, and then just decided, you know what, enough of the anxieties, just go into the con, have a good time, have an open mind, you know, be conscientious about things around you, about people around you, and that's really all you can do. Don't go into it worrying about it or having fears about it, just go in and have a good time. Cannot lie, the fact that Starbucks puts notes on their drinks is the cutest thing now. It really is, Shane. And it was really cute when they put mine on. It's very, very fitting. Also, hi, Snowy. I love Snowy. Can we get a shout out for Snowy? You're Biebert? I know someone called Bebo. I know someone called Bebo. There's like this floppy-eared golden retriever lab fursuit. I don't know if it's a golden retriever or a lab. I feel so bad. Their name on their badge was Bebo. I'm like, oh, Bebo. And then I'd say I like Bebo. And then I'd immediately think of the Sky King, the guy who like hijacked that plane in Seattle from that Wendigoon video that I watched. I'd be like, it's Bebo. I love Bebo. He's such a sweetie. He was so cute. But hi Snowy. Going over my con recap stuff. I had to turn my brain off and just exist, or it was going to be an emotional wreck. Yeah, I feel that, Cloudy. Especially for me, I think one thing that has really spiked up... I cannot take myself seriously while looking at myself. Let's look at the Latios that I pulled on the way to the airport. My lovely roommate, Tusky, was nice enough to drive me to the airport for my flight. And while I was driving there, they released the new pack of Pokemon TCG Pocket Edition cards, and on my first pack, I pulled my favorite Jet Dragon Pokemon, Latios. Out of the duo, Latios and Latios, Latios is my favorite, for the record. Latios, I love him so much, especially his shiny version. It's so cute, and look at this card! I was so happy to get this, even though I'm never going to use it. I just like collecting the shiny, happy, sparkly cards. But you know, going into the con, I had my anxieties and worries. A lot of it kind of came down to worrying about what was going to happen, kind of with the position that I'm in, with being this guy, or like this guy, or like this, you know? Because I found as well, like, how I've been treated as like, I hate fucking using this word, as like a celebrity per se, or a popular furry, or someone that you see around a con, and then you really, really want to get a picture with, you really want to see. I had worries and anxieties about how things were going to go with that. I found that in the past year or so, especially at conventions, the perception of me from others in the community has been very, very extreme. Either extreme negatives or extreme positives, which I'm very grateful and flattered if people think extremely positively of me. But it's also the ones that think extremely negatively of me, even if I've never met them or they have their assumptions about me, that does worry me, because furries, believe it or not, are very, very petty. And I've seen many furries do some very dumb high school level shit online. Like this whole trend of people like flipping others off behind them and then taking pictures of it and then posting it to Twitter. Like, that's just a weird thing. I don't know why I was even worried about that. Thinking back on it, I'm like, really? I let this take like mental space for me? There was so much other good stuff to look forward to. And I think it just came down to me having like the pre-con jitters, like worrying about things that may or may not happen, that are out of my control, that at the end of the day, I just kind of have to, you know, process and not let take as much headspace as people want it to. Because at the end of the day, I kind of consider it this, you know, if it is taking headspace for me, then they've won. And I can't really have that. I have to keep going, and I gotta win in my book, you know? You know, I gotta pull an Atom of Pharaoh Yugi when I'm fighting against, what the fuck was his name? The guy with the spiky hair who didn't play Orichalcos but gave it to Yugi, and he's like, I can't lose. I would lose my pride, and played the Orichalcos card and lost his fucking soul. That fucking idiot. There were no stakes in that duel. What the fuck? It was Raphael. Yugi versus Raphael. Like, what the fuck? There was no need to play the Seal of Orichalcos. Why would you even play that to begin with? Dude, there were no stakes in that. Just take the mental L. But like, no, we can't lose. Crazy. Absolutely crazy. But yeah, sorry, I'm going on my weird tangent of Yu-Gi-Oh! And all that. Glad that someone knows what I'm talking about, because that filler arc was awesome. Bottom line was, I had anxieties going into Megaplex, I had anxieties going into the con, but the best that I could do is not focus on them and focus on the good time that was in front of me. Whether that was the Disney trip that I was doing with Jake and Cody with friends, Jake and Cody and Sammy and friends, whether that was the collabs that I had planned, which fell through, so I was really sad about that for reasons. And then just like going around fursuiting, getting to try out my life jacket at the pool, getting to go around with friends and get some really good food, have some timeless memories, stay up till unfathomable amounts of time in the morning, plastered off my ass, ranting about like Yu-Gi-Oh! Or Pokemon or Digimon, and having the best time I can. And all in all, I had that. But going on from there, outside of the anxieties, I think part of it I was really tired too. I was waiting in line at Starbucks after I got all cleared at the airport. These are my nails in full, and they actually looked really, really nice. I was really happy with how they turned out. And surprisingly, after like a few days of having them, I thought they'd like chip and like fall apart, but no, they look pretty good, and I'm pretty happy with how they were. Waited in line for a coffee that was overpriced, but you know, it was worth it at the end of the day. It was coffee in the morning. Ended up having my early flight. I arrived in Orlando at around like 9 a.m., 10 a.m. or so. I know Jake and Cody really wanted me to go Disney with them that day, but like, truthfully, I was exhausted. I had absolutely no sleep in my system. So I basically got through security, got through the airport, Ubered to the hotel, and then took a nap. That lasted about a whole 10 minutes. Until Monty arrived, where Monty flew in. This is Monty for reference. I just kind of zoomed in on his muzzle and took a picture of it. And yeah, Monty had flown in the same day as me and had planned to get like a hotel, but luckily Jake and Cody had their own separate hotel before the reservations of the con, so I stayed with them, asked if Monty could join. Monty was welcome to join, and so Monty came to the hotel we were at. and stayed, and we just like kind of hung out, got some food, explored the convention space a little bit after, since everyone was kind of in Disney or doing stuff. So yeah, Monty, we hung out a bit, and I took Monty's Cane's Ginity. I took him to Raising Cane's. This was us walking pretty much across the street from the place that we were at and going to Raising Cane's. He said he'd never been to Raising Cane's, you know, the holy grail of fast food chicken in the furry fandom. All the furries love it. I have no fucking clue why they do. It's really not that great. But I officially helped take Monty's Cane's Ginity. And in fact, to commemorate it, I took a video of me doing so, which I can happily show on this stream, because it's just a fun video.
Guys. I'm taking away Monty's Cane's Ginity. I'm doing it, guys.
I love the moan at the end.
Taking away Monty's Cane's Ginity.
Beautiful. Beautiful. That's going to be its own clip in and of itself. I'm going to do a video at some point talking about that. Not specifically Monty in Raising Cane's, but just like, why do furries love Raising Cane's? Why is it like the one like fast food establishment that all furries like either love or hate or talk about so much? Moan is against the TOS? That wasn't a moan. That was him getting happy that... I think it's just okay. Look, here's the thing with me. I think it is just okay chicken. Like, it is not seasoned chicken. The sauce is good, but... little fact. My friend asked me to guess the ingredients in the Cane's chicken, like, sauce. And because I tasted it, I'm like, this tastes awfully familiar. Like, I can taste some different ingredients in it. And I guessed it, like, what the ingredients were, just on a whim. I'm like, they can't really have that much in there, right? It's probably, like, ketchup. It's probably a mayo base. Maybe garlic powder. I can taste Worcestershire sauce. Probably some, like, pepper and salt. That's exactly the ingredients in the Cane sauce. I guessed it ingredient for ingredient, give or take. And I'm like, wow, that's not a good sign. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. But point being, I went to Raising Cane's with Monty. This is probably the best Raising Cane's I had. It was so fresh, it was so good, but even then, it was just okay. Just okay. And that's why I don't understand, like, why are furries so gung-ho about it? I get, yeah, it's open late. I get, yeah, the dog as a mascot sort of thing, but even then, furries don't really like the mascot as much as they do other mascots. I think, honestly, the reason why is, one, because it's kind of new. It's kind of relatively new compared to the other chains. And two, it hasn't been corporatized into oblivion in terms of its branding. Like, have you seen all, like, I would say, like, if I was to choose, like, a favorite fast food establishment as a furry, for me, it'd probably be, like, Wendy's or some shit. Wendy's is just objectively better. I love it. Not, like, again, not sponsored by any of this, but, like, I love Wendy's. For the price that you could get, like, a Caniac combo, you could get, like, so much more off of, like, those value meal deal things. I love it. But, like, have you seen how Wendy's looks aesthetically? It's not really there. It's not really there. So I think genuinely the reason why furries are very gung-ho about it or try to, like, sell it hard is because, like, the aesthetic. I think genuinely the aesthetics of a Raising Cane's are very welcoming and very inviting and very cool. And I think that's the reason why they like it. Other than that, like, the chicken's just okay. It's not seasoned. It's very dry. And then the sauce is carrying it. I mean, hey, for what it does, you know, chicken, it's pretty okay, so there's that. I don't know, maybe just furries like to gravitate towards something that's very mid and, you know, try to sell it for something that's better. I can't say that I haven't done that with, like, Deathwolf, for example. He shows up in one movie, and now he's, like, the love of my life in terms of, like, furry stuff. And I want to see him in life jackets more, and I want to inflate him in a life jacket more, and I want him to inflate me in a life jacket more. And, oh, whoa, and yeah. But point being, you know, Raising Cane's, it was pretty good. Like, even then, this... it was pretty banging, I will say. But it wasn't like, it was like, oh, I'm going to go back and have an amazing time. I'm going to go back and I 100% will have Raising Cane's and enjoy it. It's just like, It's just okay. I don't know. It's just okay. Haven't been to a Cane's in over a decade, but I remember it being fire. Maybe its old rep is carrying a bit. Maybe. I guess for me in like the East Coast or upper Northeast Coast, it hasn't really... There have been more popping up, but it hasn't been like a super big thing till like recently. So I guess that makes sense for why people really, really like it and love it. Because I think there was one in Boston for a bit, and then they like expanded out. I don't know. I don't really know. But like, for me, it's like... It's just okay. I mean, even objectively speaking, like the chicken from Chick-fil-A is better. I prefer Chick-fil-A over Raising Cane's, if I'm being honest. It's just me. But regardless, I took Monty's Cane's Ginity. I went to Raising Cane's with them, and it was pretty okay, and I'm glad that I did. And, of course, if you want to know my Raising Cane's order, if you want to know my go-to Raising Cane's order...
Please tell me you have been to a Steak and Shake before.
I think I went to one once in Boston, and it was very disappointed. I probably need to go to a better one elsewhere. Because I went to one in, like, what I like to call the gentrified district of Boston. Near, like, what is it? The harbor port area that's all been, like, pizzazzed up. Yeah, I went to one there, and it was just not... It was not hidden. Toast is better than the damn chicken. I know, Cloudy! And sometimes it isn't even toasted the way I need it to. And it's just a fucking hamburger, hot dog bun, not even a hamburger bun. I want to try Steak and Shake again, okay? But, if you want to know my go-to Raising Cane's order, and this is how I maximize the amount of not just food, but flavor I'm getting out of this. My go-to order, I usually get a Caniac combo. I think that's a number 6. 6 tenders, fries. It comes with coleslaw and Texas toaster bread. No one gives a shit about the slaw, okay? Unless the coleslaw is like a mustard base or is like an acidic base, get that shit away from me. Because 90% of the time it is a mayo base. Get that shit away from me. Mayo base slaw, get that shit away from me. Absolutely not. I don't even want to see it in my vicinity. Okay? I will usually substitute out the slaw for an extra piece of Texas toast for no extra charge. So that's why you'll see 2 pieces of Texas toast on my plate. And my go-to drink is an Arnold Palmer, which is half lemonade, half unsweetened iced tea. And that fucks so hard.
If you ever go to MFF,
so hard.
Get you some Steak and Shakes, White Castle, and Donato's.
I absolutely no White Castle for me. Thank you, though. No White Castle for me. I'll take Steak and Shake and Donato's, but not... No White Castle. Maybe I need to redo, like, a fast food tier list at one of these points, honestly. But, thank you for the bits, by the way, Holy Stromboli. I do appreciate it. But, yeah. I will usually get half and half. Like an Arnold Palmer, lemonade, iced tea... And it's good, too, because, like, if I drink half of it, the other half I can use as, like, a mixer for, like, any alcoholic beverage that I want to make, like, a mixed drink out of. So maybe that's why Cane's is good, because, like, you get a shit ton of drink that you can use, blessed be the fruit, in other places.
Mayo is good.
Mayo is good, but it's, like, I've had so many bad coleslaws with a mayo base. Like, I love me a good coleslaw that's got, like, some acidity to it. Your chair just exploded? Sorry, that was me. I threw up. Wait, Ender, I hope you're doing okay. I hope you didn't hurt yourself, and I hope your chair didn't actually, like, blow up. If it did, it wasn't my fault. I'm sorry. I love how we haven't even gotten into the actual con recap. I've just been talking about fucking Raising Cane's, man. Yeah, Raising Cane's is just mid. I'm sorry. It's just okay. Like, I'll go, like, once in a while with friends. I'll do it on, like, an adventure, but, like, it's just not hitting. It's just not. Me holding the remote for the explosive I place under the chair. I was about to read the second half of that very, very differently. Anyways, quick water break, and then we continue with the con recap. Got CE credits to do for work. Oh, well, I hope you have a good one, Dragon. Best of luck with the work. Thank you for stopping by. I'll probably still be live when you get back, if I'm being entirely honest. But I hope you're still able to relax this weekend. Get some good soup. Your good soup. Inflate. Get God. Also, thank you for the Coom Preacher earlier. I appreciate that, too. But Canes was just okay. We went on a little bit of a walk adventure. And then after that, we realized there was nothing to do, so we Ubered over to the convention space to see if anyone was there to hang out. I said hi to a few peeps and, you know, just saw the empty convention space as everyone was getting in. This is the most empty it's going to be for the foreseeable future in this con recap, so just a fair warning. But I got a nice coffee. This is where I really love the cafe, or that little restaurant cafe at, like, the resort main hotel at Megaplex, because they sell nitro cold brew coffee in a venti size. Most of the time I can only get that shit in a grande. Nitro cold brew coffee hits me like a fucking truck. I have the jitters and I crash so hard. So that's why I get ventis. Oh my fucking god. I love it so much there. Horrible for me at the end of the day, but really, really good. But got my coffee, we explored around the convention space, saw what was going on at the pool. Some people are at the pool. Again, this is the most empty you will see the pool for the foreseeable future of this con. Went just to go and check out the space, see how things were. Took some pictures of me outside. There were also some other people taking pictures of me from a distance, which is another thing that I noticed was happening recently. People, instead of coming over to get a picture with me or of me, they'd take a picture of me from across the convention space. And the sad thing, too, is, like, I get if, like, oh, they're just trying to take a picture of, like, the pool from a distance. I get that, but just if you're taking a picture of me from a distance, do not make it as clear as day that you're doing that. Okay, that's the only pointer that I have for anyone that wants to do that, whether you want to get your yucks and yums from taking a picture, flipping me off from a distance or something. You know, don't make it obvious as day. You know, be a little discreet about it. That's all I ask. Or don't be a coward about it. That's the other thing. But I know most people will not be doing the latter who do that in the first place. So yeah. But after this is my face, not just because the sun was in my eyes, but also because, like, 3 different people had taken pictures of me from a distance at the con so far, and it was only day 0. So yeah, good sign of things to come. But hey, the convention space and the little pool area looked really nice. Got some nice pics outside while it was, like, nice and sunny. And then I also ran into a few friends. I knew that Soka was around, my friend Puppy Mouse, Soka, Deku, who was going around the con. He was there early, and I wanted to spend time with him, so I asked him to pick me up some sojus, and we hung out, chatted, yapped about Treasure Planet, and how it was absolutely botched by Disney. I love that movie so goddamn much, man. Probably going to rewatch it again if I'm being honest. But we shared a soju, and this is a very, very sentimental moment. I got to hang out with him. We got some good tink-tinks in, some good yapping while we were listening to music. And then I ran into JD Puppy. I totally wasn't plastered off of that one soju that I had. No, sir. No, sir. But I ran into JD, and we hung out a bit. And then someone was doing, like, a little photo shoot thing in one of, like, the side room areas of, like, the hotel or convention space. So I followed Soka and a few others down there. That's why I ran into this guy. I can't remember his name. Demi. That's his name, Demi. He's a sweetie. I like him. I mean, I could have taken a little bit more of an appealing photo in this, but he actually gives really good hugs. I want you to know this bean. Demi gives good hugs. Big dragon puppy. Would like the big dragon. Oh, there's a more flattering photo. Yeah, he gives nice hugs. I like Demi. He's really sweet. We also have a badge from the same artist too, so that's also nice to see. But yeah, Demi's pretty cool. It was lovely seeing him. And this is the space they were in, taking photos and all that. And then after that, I pretty much just Ubered back to the hotel and slept for a bit and just kind of relaxed. I don't know. I wasn't feeling like going around, wasn't feeling like partying. Our room obviously wasn't going to be ready till the next day. So I thought, you know what, just go and get some shut-eye, watch some YouTube videos, hang out in the hotel. So I did that until Jake and Cody got back from their time at Disney. And then we hung out, we chatted, we yapped, we caught up. I slept for a bit. I flash-banged myself while trying to take a photo or selfie, and it was not fun. And that was pretty much my Wednesday. Or Thursday. Fuck, yeah, I forgot. Day off. Thursday of the con. Overall, it was just a chill time, getting acquainted with friends in the space and just going on some fun adventures. But day one actually starts, in which I'm not actually going to the con just yet. I go to Disney for the day. I go to Epcot with Cody and Jake and Sammy and a couple of other friends. Spend most of the day there. Then I go back to the convention, either register, hang out, party, and do my other stuff. So this is like a day and maybe half a day, not a day and a half. This is more like half a day for a con. So day one starts. I was blitzed by France. That was the saying of the day, because I decided to drink around the world. I would not recommend that. would not recommend. I mean, I will say it. It was actually pretty fun though. But start the day like anyone would. I open a pack in the Pokemon TCG Pocket Edition, and I got a shiny Mew EX. I think this is my best pull out of any Pokemon card ever. So pretty happy with that. He's such a cutie. This is me waking up and getting ready. Pretty much we were just getting ready for the day. Our plan was to Uber back to the hotel, see if our room was ready, try and drop off our stuff in our room, then get ready and head over for Disney and have like most of like the early morning, afternoon, and like evening to go around Epcot, which was the plan for the day. So we woke up bright and early at like 9 a.m. This is me getting acquainted to the sun. This is me getting acquainted to the sun and Monty photobombing. Say hi to Monty. We love Monty. And so we Ubered over to the hotel. I just want to say, too, the other hotel we stayed at, I don't remember the name of it, but it was the hotel that Cody ended up getting, like, a room in just for us to, like, stay at until we got our rooms in the main hotel. This other one we were at, this is just, like, the main lobby of it with, like, the coffee and stuff there. Genuinely, I think this is probably the worst hotel experience I have had. Genuinely, like, the worst. We go into the room. I had checked in. They had given me a key. Apparently, that key had deactivated all of the other keys that Jake and Cody had for that room. And they couldn't even be bothered to help. Not they. The hotel staff couldn't even be bothered to help with it. One of the lights was out, or not working, apparently, in that room. They didn't announce that anyone was going to come by or which light needed to be changed. Just one of the repair guys came by and was like, we need to change a light. I'm like, which one? And they're like, this one. And then I go to flip the switch and it works. I'm like, well, okay, I guess you don't. So that ended up being that. The water pressure in the fucking shower was abysmal. There was no hot water. It was basically just like sprinkling cold water. So probably the most miserable shower I've ever had in a hotel ever. We ran out of towels, and I tried calling for towels twice, and no one came by. So I ended up showering and, like, drying myself off with, like, a face cloth, because that was the only thing that was available. And then when I went to check, apparently they came into the room and left towels there after I had called, like, twice over the span of, like, a 2-hour period. So they weren't even responsive when I called to have towels brought in. They were not helpful when it came to the key card thing, and whenever there were issues with it, they were just like, whatever. Like, genuinely, the attitude of the guy at the front desk was like, whatever. It was really, like, genuinely, like, the most disappointing hotel, like, experience I've had for staying at any, like, hotel. So, I think Cody ended up leaving a review about it, but I wanted to add in this picture because, genuinely, the hotel experience there was not great. The one at the main convention hotel, night and day difference. Such an amazing time and experience. Was the hotel strapped for staff? No, absolutely not. It was dead in there. There really weren't anyone else at the hotel. People were just kind of, the staff were kind of hanging around, yapping in the lobby, but it's like, I don't know, maybe they just didn't care. But regardless, it was very, very poor of an experience, and I was not happy about it. No roaches this time. It wasn't any roaches. The hotel itself, the room was fine, but it's just like whenever we needed anything like towels or some extra basic amenities, like it was jumping through hoops to get it to work. And even then they just like had this very like, whatever attitude about it. And it really sucked. So yeah, it was a bit of a bummer, but said goodbye to that hotel. We Ubered over to the main hotel, and luckily, our room was ready. We thought it wouldn't be ready till like 3 to 4 to 5 p.m., but at the end of the day, it was pretty ready as soon as we got there. So I ended up getting the keys for the room. I think we put in the request to have rooms close to Jake and Cody, who were rooming together, because I wanted to be close to them and party with them when I could. We couldn't get connecting rooms because I think we were only in Tower 2 instead of Tower 1, which Tower 1 had the connecting rooms. Tower 2 I don't think did. But the room that we got was actually really, really nice. Look at that handprint on there. My handprint was on there because someone smacked my ass. I'm not going to explain that one. But point being, the hotel room was pretty nice. And we had actually a pretty good view of the pool. Is that anywhere in here? That's tomorrow. Basically, you know, that pool view was fucking awesome, by the way. It was awesome. But we dropped off our stuff in the room. Jake and Cody's room was not ready yet, so we allowed them so graciously to drop off their stuff in our room. And there's Jake holding Levi. Look, that's Jake. Jake is really cool. You can see now why I do the thing where I, like, pet his beard. Like, praying mantis' beard of, like, ooh. Like, I do that all the time to him. You can see why I do it. But there's Jake holding Levi. I can show that now since he did his face reveal. He was like, oh, I'm going to be a problem as him later. And it's like, yes, you will. Yes, you will, princess. Yes, you will, princess. But yeah, I took some pictures with him. There's him holding Levi. There's a close-up of him. Look at how cool Jake is. Look at how handsome Jake is. Jake is really fucking handsome. And there's Levi looking distressed. But that's also just me being distressed in general. Hi, boy. I miss boy. Hi, boy. Wait, did you take your zinc? Should I take my zinc? Do I need to take my zinc? I don't know if I need to take my zinc or not. I stopped taking it. Regardless, the Jake and Levi, we ended up just dropping off our things, getting all acquainted and everything ready for the day, because after this, we were heading to Disney. This is me heading off the elevator, having a lovely, lovely time. I don't know what I was looking at. Maybe I was looking at booty or life jackets. I don't really know, but something was there. There's the breakfast that I ended up having. I know I could have eaten in the park because we were going around, like, the World Showcase, like, all the different countries, and Epcot, which was the one Disney park we were going to that day. And they had, like, I think it was, like, the Food and Wine Festival was going on there, too. So there was a bunch of food there. But I needed some good breakfast of the day, so I went to the cafe. I got my Nitro Cold Brew Venti and this fucking sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit. That sandwich is fire. Genuinely, that is, like, the best breakfast sandwich I've had. It is so fucking good. I love it. I love it. I love it, Daddy. I love it. And I love Jake. Look at Jake, Daddy. God, that's fucking Jake. Oh, my God. Jake is having a good time in the Uber. We had to climb into the back. But it worked out because we ended up in Epcot. Minus whatever experience we're having there. Oh, hey, look. It's Epcot. Whoa, we made it to Epcot. That's pretty cool. But yeah, Epcot. I hadn't been to Epcot in, like, years, and I was really excited to go back and have a good time with friends. But a couple of scattered pictures here and there. Wait, $5? Can I have 5? Anyways, I don't know what's going on in chat, but hi Rocket, hi Bois, hi Ender, hi Marky. I hope you guys are having a good time. Con recap is fun, I will say. But hey, there's some pictures of me in front of the giant golf ball. There's that. There's that. There's me and Jake doing a Wojak. Or, yeah, the whole pointing thing. Whoa. And there's me pointing at Jake again. And the ball. Giant ball. Ball. I like ball. Dude, one thing that I didn't even know they did. Why is Spaceship Earth, or like the I used to call it the golf ball ride as a kid, because you'd go into the giant golf ball and there would be like the kind of like a people mover-esque attraction. When did they close that down? When did they close down that ride? I was so heartbroken to see that it was gone. I loved that ride so much, just to like escape the heat for a little bit from Epcot. Oh, I loved it so much, man. It was so good. I miss it. And it was so sad to see there was no line for it, but it was also closed, so... Bit of a bummer, but hey, not everything lasts forever. There's me right after I spray my face with sunscreen. I look like I'm in heat, which I usually am. I don't know, man. I was just sad that the golf ball ride was gone. But either way, we continued on. Or was it called Project Tomorrow? Is that the name of it? I think that was the ride that was by the giant golf ball. Yeah, basically that ride was shut down and I was very sad. With the remodeling it, I'm still mad that I missed it. But either way, our plan for that day was to head over immediately to the new Guardians of the Galaxy ride. I don't know how new or not that is. I was just told we're going to wait at the Galaxy Guardian ride. I'm like, okay, that's cool. I kind of want to go and drink and go around the world in Epcot and all that, but I'm happy to do this because apparently it's like a new coaster, a new ride that I hadn't tried, and I think we ended up waiting about like an hour for it. There I am just waiting for the ride going, whoa, whoa. There's me petting Jake's beard, whoa. But yeah, we ended up waiting, oh my gosh. Yeah, I brought my little mini fan with me. Let me tell you, this is a lifesaver when it got super, super hot or I was super sweaty and I just needed to cool down. This shit was so good. I'm so happy that I brought this with me. Genuinely, it's paying itself off within like the first week or so. Paid to getting blown in 4K, I know. So riveting, is it not? Look at him. Look at this man. That looks photoshopped. That's funny. Kind of do look a little photoshopped. Those minifans are actually so good. I love this thing so much. The only gripe that I have with it is apparently the version that I have compared to Jake's does not have like an indicator to show how much charge it has. And it also just kind of dies at random points. I couldn't tell you why that happens. And it seems like it doesn't hold that long of a charge, so kind of a bummer there. But yeah, still love this fan. It's awesome. Not sponsored, but just really cool fan. Would recommend getting one, especially if you're a fursuiter, especially if you're going around in Florida or any hot location. This was awesome. But I ended up waiting in line in the Guardians of the Galaxy ride, which I don't know how new it is. I haven't been on it yet up until this point, so I was really excited to give it a shot. Ended up waiting about an hour in line, and that actually ended up being how long it took for me to catch up on my 40 Telegram messages, which at that point, I ended up having 0 Telegram messages, and I was pretty proud of myself. I was pretty happy. That is now back to 67 messages, so, you know, not everything lasts forever, but, you know, at least I know that it took me around an hour to get through 40 Telegram messages, which means that I don't need to be scared of my Telegram as much as I usually am, so that's pretty good. You kind of look like Sid from Toy Story. Listen! The amount of times that I was called this throughout the con, not just because of my fucking haircut, but because of the tank top that I was wearing. I wear a lot of, like, black t-shirts and black tank tops. So with my haircut being as short as it was, yes, I did look like Sid from Toy Story, okay? I don't even know what Sid says from Toy Story, so I don't even know how to really quote him. But it was so, so funny. Oh my goodness. I will say, I had a really good time, even despite looking like Sid. I mean, what are you talking about? I look ravishing here. Did you know that I'm single and looking? Couldn't tell you why. Couldn't tell you why. Also, Weasel, thank you for the super chat. I greatly appreciate it. Just joined the stream. You weren't at the YouTubers panel. Where are you? I was just at poker. Anyway, here's $5. Well, thank you for the $5 super chat. I appreciate that, Weasel. I was not at the YouTuber panel. I didn't even know there was one, to be honest. I went to the Twitch content creator meet and greet panel that Coda ended up hosting. Also because I was handling for Jake and Cody when that happened. I was just in the corner in the back of the room because, quite frankly, I don't like attention like that. And yeah, I just kind of wanted to go to meet people, and then I got some very interesting encounters, but that's also a conversation for later. But point being, I ended up waiting in line for the Guardians ride. There's me taking a picture of the ceiling. There's me about to get into the car, and then we ended up finishing it. What's my review of it? Honestly, the Guardians ride is just a better Space Mountain. That's really it. It's cool, I will admit, like the aesthetic, the whole setup that they have, it's pretty cool, but like, it's only just a better Space Mountain. Like, it's not going to be Rock and Roller Coaster in my book. I love Rock and Roller Coaster to death. It is like my life essence in terms of roller coasters in Disney. It's really good. I enjoy it a lot. And I will say, the Guardians ride was pretty cool. It was pretty sick to have like a rotating, I guess, cart as it was moving on the track. That was pretty cool. But for me, it's just like, it was only just a better Space Mountain. And I waited an hour for it. I'm like, okay. Just okay. Glad that I got to do it, I will say, for a first time. But as someone who's been to a bunch of different roller coasters throughout the span of like 2 years or so with my lovely friend Ryder, I've been on some much, much better roller coasters. King Dakar, for example. The toys are alive! Listen, I'm not going to start doing Sid quotes, okay? We can't do this now. Not when I've grown out my hair a little bit. I'll do it next time if I cut it too short. Also, hi, Montbark. Hi, Cody. Lovely to see your face. I miss your face. Could we get a shout out for Montbark? Look, mister, I still want to get high and watch space videos with you. Can I like plan a date or event or schedule? Can I fill out like a when to work or something for you? Like if that's an option at all? I also just miss hanging out with you because you're good energy and you're fun to be around. So if you're around, I would love to hang. That's it. What am I gonna blow? When am I gonna blow? I don't know what I'm talking about anymore. You should make that a sub goal, quote Sid. You know, we'll do that. We'll add on to the 300 sub goal. I'll put on my fursuit for the rest of this recap. We have that 300 sub goal, and I'll do a Sid quote. Okay, I got scared for a moment. Also, thank you, PJ. Thank you for the gifted sub. I greatly appreciate it. Is it Britain or is it Brition? Wait, there's no second I. What am I talking about? PJ, thank you for the gifted sub. I appreciate that. And no, I don't even know how to say that. Hope you enjoy the emotes and the floaty dog emotes for a whole month. Be sure to give a big thank you for the gifted sub, and thank you for the support. It means a lot. See you at A&E. I still have to wait to see when everything opens for that, because apparently the room lottery system or first come first serve thing is opening near the second half of September, so I got to keep on the lookout for that. But that's a later thing. But yeah, I hope you're doing well, Cody. I miss your face, and PJ, thank you for the gifted sub. I wonder if I should get a license to drive a school bus and then just have it be a hype bus for cons where people can reserve a seat and just go around and get food and have fun. People already do that. There are plenty of people that do that in the New England area. It's actually impressive that people do it, but I will say it is pretty cool having like a bus just to go around. And I think like a few friends of mine ended up doing that. They took like a road trip from like middle of Massachusetts to MFF, and it was a pretty fun trip. You said doo-doo. Speaking of doo-doo, I hate where this is going. Cody, I would love if you showed me all of those little, like, voice redeems things that you have for Rush. I heard that on your stream. I was losing my shit. I didn't even know those were a thing. I want to hear all of them. I want to hear all of them. Fucking... What even is Rush anymore? What kind of anomaly is he? God, I miss him. Those have been there for a while. I've been meaning to add more. They've been there for a while? God, I've been out of the loop. I feel so bad. I want to hear more. They're fucking nutty. Look, maybe I could say something cursed. You're welcome to... I turded. Thank you, Rush. Did you, I'm gonna keep going with my comment recap. Anyways, I was very excited to ride the Guardians ride. It was just a better Space Mountain. Still pretty cool. There's Jake. I got to pet his beard. That was pretty cool. Look at that beard. See, that's what I do. Whenever you see me do this to Jake in VR, this is what I'm doing. I'm pretending that I'm, like, petting his beard like a prey mantis, you know? It's pretty cool.
Maverick's feet.
Oh, that's oddly fitting placement. God, we love Moon. God, I fucking miss Moon so much. I should have worn that shirt that he got for me at FWA. Really should have, because that was so fitting. Also, I'm just making sure that all the hairs on his beard are straight. And I think it was, you know, it looks pretty good for what it's worth. Yeah. So I'm like, I did a good job. But after the rides, I think everyone wanted to go on, like, one other ride. Personally, after waiting, like, an hour to hour and a half for, like, Guardians, I was like, I just want to start eating and drinking around the world because the Wine and Food Festival was happening, and so why not kick it off? So we ended up somewhere in, like, Hawaii or one of, like, the Hawaii stands. Ended up getting this bowl of, like, Spam and eggs, and I think this is yum yum sauce or something, and then white rice. It was basically like a deconstructed Spam musubi. It was pretty good, I won't lie. I ended up having this drink along with it, and yes, I totally ate all of this on top of one of the trash cans because there were no tables around. It's just the go-to play. Damn, I didn't know you were that excited about Trash Can's lamppost. Maybe you should change your name to Trash Can of the Mountain. You know, maybe that would be very fitting. You know, maybe that would be the sound that you make when you see a trash can just moan in my ear and just... Actually, to be fair, though, I would make that noise over this Spam musubi bowl thing. It was pretty good. You said you're sorry. You don't have to apologize. We love you. You're lovely. For Tilcock. You're lovely, lamppost. Oh my god, I need that in me. I mean, could probably make it again. Honestly, I feel like I could make this at home. Like, if this is Spam, rice, and eggs, like, I already have that in my cupboard as is. You only love it because of the money? No. I just like your company. I'm not even lying when I say that. You have some sanity that, like, I feel like you get. I don't know what the fuck I mean by that, but you just... There you go. Okay? Look, I give you my Spam fried rice thing here. Not even fried, fuck. This is what happens when I try to do a con recap, man. I get so distracted. Shit. I made Spam fried rice after I got out of surgery because my sister was over and I had to be a good host. After you got out of surgery? Oh my god. Ender, you're too nice. Ender, you're too nice. Stop that. Stop that. But hey, shout out to Lamppost for scaring the shit out of me with a very loud, excited sound. I wouldn't say excited. What's a good way to describe it? Boisterous. I like that. I'm glad I picked the right mask during my identity crisis. Look, sky's the limit now. You're known as Lamppost of the Mountain. You could go really anywhere from here. Honestly, whatever mask you put on or mask you take off, it's better than plenty others that I have seen through this fandom, let me say. I can name one right now, but I'm just not going there. But regardless, first thing we got was this this Spam musubi bowl thing on top of the trash can. I ended up getting this like fruity cocktail drink. Don't even know what it was, but I will say after having nothing in my stomach for quite a bit and being in the sun in Florida, it hit me like a truck. I did not eat the flour though. But the drink itself was like 14 bucks. So yeah, but promptly after that, Cody ended up seeing this little mimosa flight. I forgot that's what it was called. A mimosa flight, where you could get 3 different mimosas. I think this one was like wild berry. One of these was like passion fruit. The other one was a regular one. I think like the passion fruit one was my favorite. But Cody and I ended up getting this mimosa flight. We split it. I'm really glad we did. And this is us doing our little, like, elbow drink tink tink. I love this so much. This is exactly what I was excited for with going to Disney. Because, like, for all my years that I've been to Disney, I've gone with, like, my folks, with my family. And I love doing that. It's fun. But only recently have I gone with friends. And that vibe is very, very different. Where you go with friends, you can go and drink around. You can do really whatever you want. And for us, we wanted to drink around and explore. And so getting to, like, do this and have, like, this picture. God, I do look like Sid from Toy Story. Christ almighty. Why do you guys point that out to me? But getting to do this and having it commemorated through pictures like this really is, like, what it's about. And it really is, like... It's what I enjoy about, like, this trip. I know this is kind of starting out Megaplex on a very strong note of just, like, oh, going to Disney, you know, it could overexhaust me beyond belief. But I'm glad that I did it regardless. Even if I was exhausted for the rest of the con, I was glad that I did this. I'm glad that I got to have moments like this, share drinks with Cody, have some good times with friends, and this little, like, arm lock, like, kind of fraternity-esque drinking of the mimosa flight. That's what really sold me on, like, okay, it's vacation time. Let's have fun. Let's have some good fun. So, yeah. Also, Lamppost, thank you for the 10 bits. I appreciate it. Gotta go try my best to stay on the shitter while my ass is creating... Okay. Kilonewtons of thrust. Don't tell that to the U.S. government. They would love to probably know that location if you are producing... Anyways, But point being, I saw Rocket's feet promptly after. I saw Rocket's feet because I ran into a statue. I'm sure you guys saw the YouTube short that I posted. I decided to do a fun little thing where we see Rocket at in Epcot. Don't remember where this was exactly, but I'm like, whoa, statue of Rocket. Furries love Rocket. But more specifically, I have a question. Why is this part shinier compared to the rest of the statue? Why are the paws so shiny? You know? Gotta ask, is any experts here? I'd assume, and this is my guess, people were touching him. People were touching...
Maverick's feet.
People were touching the lower portion of Rocket or touching the statue. Why isn't the crotch shiny? Okay. 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 But hey, you know, it probably means that people were touching the paws, and, you know, furry or not, I want Rocket to step on my face. Rush, what the fuck? Jesus Christ, Rush. Rush is having a time right now. Gosh, I fucking miss you, Rush. I know we never, ever ended up playing White Woman, blonde-haired White Woman Simulator, aka Marvel Rivals. But you should totally get Deadlock. You should 100% get Deadlock. If it was, it would support your theory. Yeah, I don't know what my theory is. I just don't know why the paws specifically are, you know, lighter or shinier than the rest of Rocket. I don't know, man. I just can't tell. But there's me having my little sangria or mimosa thing. I don't know. It's pretty good. Any other picks that I'm missing? Nope, I'm pretty on track. After that, we went to wherever this area was. We went inside and ended up getting these little margaritas. I got a frozen margarita from this place, La Cava del Tequila, de San Angel Inn. And, yeah, the margaritas were not cheap here, but they were pretty banging. Look, someone got theirs fucking smoked, man. You could get a smoked margarita. The fuck does that even do? What does that even do? What do you even do? It's funny because I uninstalled Deadlock last night. Rush, you don't even have Deadlock. Don't lie to any of us. SMH. SMH. I'm going to bully Alpine into getting Deadlock then. Crossfaded in one sip? God, I wish. Honestly, here's the thing too. After that mimosa flight and this drink, I was pretty swifty. pretty swifty going through Epcot. I didn't end up getting this, but this is what one of my friends got, and it looked really, really good. This was like a blackberry, wild berry-ish frozen margarita with, I think it's tahini on the side. This was fantastic. This was so delicious. And it was very, very boozy and alcoholic. But we ended up getting a nice little tink-tink with everyone together with their margs and drinks. It's pretty nice. It's pretty nice going around with everyone. But yeah, this is fun. This is a fun little moment. Glad we got to do it. The taste fantastic. No, I have no idea, honestly. Fair. I do. What do you do? Rush. You don't even have... Deadlock. Don't lie to any of us. Oh yeah, but after that, while we were going around, you can see the giant cloud looming in the back of, like, the thunderstorm, rainstorm going on. Yeah, it was gonna downpour soon. But luckily, Sammy wanted an egg roll, and so I had the other half of his egg roll, and it was pretty good. There's me eating the egg roll as we're going to this pavilion area to seek shelter from the rain, and it proceeded to downpour for like the next 15 minutes, which is par for the course, you know, for anywhere in Florida. You're just gonna have, especially during the summer in August, like intermittent rainstorms, and that's just gonna happen. It's just gonna happen. And it was still pretty, you know, good and cool at the end of the day. This is after the rainstorm, sort of. Well, we still ended up walking around as I'm getting wet. Yeah, I'm having a good time there. Crazy. See, I don't need to drink. I'm just like that sober. I wish I was like that sober. Pure heart bat. Also, hi. I hope you're doing well. But after that, as we're going around Epcot, going around the world, we ran into some friends as it was raining, so we said hi to them. I ended up stopping to get this, like, pumpkin spice espresso martini. I think that's what this was. Yeah, it was supposed to be an espresso martini in just this cup, but I got a pumpkin version of it. It's pretty good. I'm having a fucking time right now, let me tell you that. We ended up going into some stores. There was this kind of like anime store that ended up having the one and only piece of Kingdom Hearts attire in all of Disney that I had seen. And of course, it's the fucking card game. I was mad. I wanted to get this shirt, but then I saw the quality on it. Dude, after the second wash, it would destroy itself. And also, of course, it's from fucking Kingdom Hearts Chain of Memories, and I was sad. I was upset. It was $80, though. Size Mitsukoshi? I don't know what that means. But, yeah, regardless, the one and only piece of Kingdom Hearts merch that I saw in Disney was this, and it was a shirt that looked like it would deteriorate after the second wash, and the colors just don't really work, and I've seen better on Redbubble personally. But yeah, Chain of Memories, I actually like that game. I like Chain of Memories too. Okay, it was a good game. It's just out of all the pieces of Kingdom Hearts media that you could make a shirt like this. You can't even see the cards that he's holding. He's just playing cards. I'm just a little upset, you know, just a little bit. Just a bit. Just a little. That's it. But after that, we kept going around. I think things were starting to wrap up for us as the evening was coming along. And I was still a little bit hungry. I'd gotten some, like, good food, some good drinks with friends throughout the span of this trip in Epcot. I wanted to end it off on a high note, again, some really good food and a really bad drink. So I waited in line for about 30 minutes to get a Bud Light. This was about, like, $11. You know, just wanted a shitty beer. Just any sort of shitty offhand beer. And the reason why I was enticed by it in the first place was because there was poutine. You could get some overloaded, I think this was pot roast protein, or protein? Pot roast poutine. Where it was just your usual oh my god. It was your usual poutine with, I think this was like pickled relish. There was like some braised beef short rib. It was short rib poutine, I think. With whatever this butter was on top. I think it's like truffle or like garlic butter. This whole thing was so good. It was absolutely worth that 30-minute wait. That poutine was god tier. But yeah, that ended up wrapping up near the end of our trip in Epcot, where we were going to, like, the ball, we were heading back over to the exit. I had realized this as I just got that beer, that we were all ready to head out and leave and go back to the con, so I had to slam this. And there's actually a video of me slamming this beer, courtesy of my friend Jake, that I will be playing once again for you guys, because it is pretty funny, and it's very fitting. This is what Beta ends up doing whenever he has to slam a beer. He has to go into his inner fraternity days, his fraternity bro. Look at that! Just slammed it. But wait, there's more. Perfect.
Damn it!
There you go. That's what it's like for Beta to slam a beer. It all comes up one way or another, and yeah, I'm the throat goat, if that makes sense, maybe. I don't know. Is that a saying that I should be saying here? Regardless, I had, like, mere moments to slam that beer. Jake commemorated the moment for me by recording it. I'm glad he did, because that belch after, I could sell that audio. Let me tell you. I could sell that audio. And I might actually do it. Anybody tell you that you looked like your name was Kyle in that? Good. I need to have some Kyle energy in my life, I feel like. The one thing that's missing is I haven't punched a hole in my wall. And I'm not about to start, let me tell you. Oh, but yeah, it was overall a really, really good trip in Epcot. I had a great time. I got all these pics as I was plastered after slamming that beer. It was a good time. It's a good time. And also there's me and Cody. God, I love Cody. I love Cody. He's so handsome. I love Cody. I loved this adventure. It was so fun getting to go around Epcot with friends. I think the only time I went around in Disney with friends to Disney parks, I think was just MGM or Hollywood Studios. I don't think it's MGM anymore, but Hollywood Studios. It was so... Oh, it was so fun doing that years back, and getting to do that again, like, oh, I'm happy, man. It was a good trip, a good way to start a convention. Honestly, I would have preferred to have done this near the end of the con, on, like, the Sunday or that Monday, but beggars can't be choosers. I'm glad that I got a good Disney trip in with friends, and then after that, we kicked off the convention with registration being an absolute shit show. We ended up getting back to the con after we Ubered back. I think some friends were getting food. They were ordering Cheesecake Factory. I was a bit late with ordering it, so I ended up getting my own and had that ordered. It took a little bit to be delivered, so I was going around the con space, seeing what everyone was up to. Registration, I heard, was an absolute nightmare going into it, but that's just kind of par for the course with, you know, a convention that's growing and, you know, getting acquainted with how things are going with the con. So from what I heard, registration was a little bit of a nightmare that evening, including the next day from what I saw with the line going around the space. Basically, behind us, we're like right underneath the, is basically under like the hotel space. Like where you check into the hotel. That's where like underneath that level where registration was. And all along that hallway going back here and then going all the way up here around the corner and then cornering it again. That's how long the reg line was that next day. And I can only imagine that that's what it was for as soon as registration opened when I was just seeing it all go down. So I couldn't enter this space. But for some reason I couldn't enter up here because this was the cutoff for like registration, entering and whatnot. So couldn't enter, so I just kind of saw what was going on. Ended up getting in Fursuit and going around for a little bit. I think soon after, friends ended up doing, like, a booze run. So, some friends ended up wanting to get some, like, booze. I ended up ordering soju, like, a lot of soju, believe it or not. Like, I think I ordered, like, 4 bottles and, got through, I think, 2 or 3 of them. And the others I gave to friends or let them have sips of mine. So, it was a Beta was plastered kind of night. But, yeah, I can't really explain the timeline of events. I found Monty. Don't know what was going on there. I think he was opening cases or doing something, but, yeah, I was having a time. Oh, and then I ran into Figgy. This is in his room. I stopped by my friend Figgy's room, and they gave me shots, and, yeah, I was having a time. They kept wanting to give me hugs, though, while they were all, you know, latexy and shiny. And they were also lubricated as well, so I kept getting, like, sticky and lubricated whenever they'd hug me. And I got rather agitated, but they were like, no, Beta, hug us. I'm like, fine. Oh, fine. Oh, fine. Look at how red my face is, man. Look at that. Look. That should have been the stream thumbnail. Are you kidding me? Why'd I make it me as I was at the pool? It could have been that. Also, hi, Nova. How are you doing, Nova? I don't think I have any pics with you or of you from the con. It's the only downside that I have from this con. But I hope you're doing well. Can we get a shout out for Nova? They do streams on their end. They're the Apex legend, in my opinion. And they're the best con roomie, in my opinion. So not interested in latex? I am interested. It's just a matter of I wasn't planning on wearing latex. And I didn't have any mood to wear latex at the moment. So I was like, okay, I had just showered, and I was going around the con space, and then I was being covered in lube by my friends who wanted to hug me while in latex. So that was a bummer, but hey, you know, I had a time. I don't really remember what exactly happened or the timeline of events besides, like, I ended up hanging out in Jake and Cody's room while I was drinking and eating food and all that. And it was a good time. I mean, even the next pick was when my Cheesecake Factory arrived. I got that Cajun chicken or Louisiana chicken pasta, which is just the best thing to get. And I was thrilled about it. And then I saw that they gave me bread, and the good bread, the pumpernickel brown bread, that was fantastic. And that was me after the bread happened. This music is way too hype. I'm switching it. There we go. Okay, that's better. But the chicken pasta was banging, and they gave the good bread, so I was happy about that. So that was good, and I was already like, what, 2 to 3 sojus in deep into the evening, so I was very confidently at B2, if that makes sense. And then I think between me getting my food and going to a friend's place, I passed by someone who was yikes, so that's my expression as I'm like trying to go past, take a picture of myself, and then I spot someone like, oh, that's the face that I made. Who was it? I honestly cannot fucking remember, but I know that face comes with a specific feeling. And I don't know. I've been here first, sorry. It does look, it was banging. It was really banging. Did you smell them? No. Luckily, I didn't really smell anyone this con, and that's a benefit. I don't know. It just, maybe I've become accustomed to furries just smelling. Not that all of them smell. Obviously, there are many that take care of their body, but I don't know. I didn't really smell anyone. But I saw a meme of Axel on Twitter, and that was pretty cool. It's pretty cool. Looks gorgeous, stunning. But what happened? Oh yeah, I wrote it down. I wrote down what happened. Oh yeah, okay. So this is a timeline of events that happened on, I think that was the Friday evening. I got so drunk. Reg line was too long. Soju. I love Kyoju. We love Kyoju. Or I think they go by Bone Circle now. But we love Kyoju. We love Bone Circle. But we love Soju. I had a lot of Soju that evening. I had some deep talks with friends. I think about Bionicle or Yu-Gi-Oh! Or something. Either one of the two. MW2 was the best COD. We ended up arguing about what the best Call of Duty was. MW2. If you were there, you understood it. My friends got lube all over me because they wanted to hug me while they were in latex. That is absolutely true. I got kicked out of a room party and called a slur. That did happen. Didn't give it that much mind. I think I ended up getting, from what I remember, the boof treatment. I remember that with TFF. That kind of ended up happening. I'm like, oh, okay. And then I just went back to partying with my friends. That was like the inconvenient thing that now I'm realizing, like, wow, that really wasn't that big of a deal. Okay, I mean, I'm just gonna focus on what's good here, and I think that was the right approach. But yeah, that did happen. That was not fun. Not gonna name any names because they want that attention. But yeah, either way, I had a pretty good night for my Friday night at the con. And what else happened? Monty and I complained about Deadlock, but talked about how much of a holiday smurf I am. And yeah, that was the evening. I think I ended up going to bed at like 3 a.m. that night, but it was pretty much after a lovely night of talking with friends, sharing drinks, going on adventures, mainly hanging out in Cody and Jake's room. I can't remember who it was, but I got into a heated argument about Kingdom Hearts with them, and you can tell when Beta is at B2, he gets into a heated argument about Kingdom Hearts.
Maverick.
I am not inebriated on stream, I promise you that. But overall, you know, as much as I didn't really know what to add in for pictures here, for like the memories or events that happened for the evening, it was still very memorable. It was just like going around and seeing friends, drinking, eating food, yapping, and that's just pretty much my con. I love like parking it in the corner and just talking with friends while I'm sipping on some soju and just people are yapping on about something at a room party, you know? I think there were some other room parties happening in the moment, but honestly, I just wanted like chill time with friends. I wanted to chat. I ended up talking with, oh yeah, I was talking with Bark for a bit. We were talking about doing Morrowind. He was trying to convince me to get into Morrowind. I'm like, how about this? If we schedule a stream together, I will play Morrowind with you. I don't know if he's still here, but I'm still down to do that. If you want a Morrowind, I will absolutely Morrowind with you. But that was my first evening, or half evening, of the con. On to day 2, where things get a lot more interesting. Day 2. Beta dabs up Jesus and fails. Also more soju. We love soju. Or Kyoju. We love Kyoju too. This is the day where I ended up getting my full suiting into effect. I got to full suit. I got to register for the con. It was more or less just getting acquainted with the space and with the mass amount of people that were there. And the usual, just like drinking late night with friends, ordering pizza, finding Jesus, and just doing the same thing as the last evening. I think that's probably why this con wasn't, you know, as amazing as like the year before. Not to say that it was bad, but like last year was definitely better, like I said. I think it's because I did a lot of the usual safe stuff of just like get drunk, talk to friends, order food. Which is a baseline for cons, but I feel like I could have done things a little bit differently. Tried some new things here and there. I don't know. But regardless, I got into the routine of just doing the usual talking, chatting, yapping with friends. Start off the day by waking up. This is our view outside our hotel room, which was beautiful. Again, this is the most empty you will ever see these pools throughout the span of this con. I am telling you right now. All of this will be filled up with people eventually. And was very quickly. But started off the day with a nice beautiful weather. Ended up getting scared of the sun and got distracted by something outside. But while we were getting ready for the day, I went to the pool to get a wristband to make sure that I was ready to go in so that I didn't have to worry about getting like registered for the pool or thing, because they had like these little wristbands to allow you to go in, that you were like ID checked and room checked to be able to go into the pool area. So Monty and I ended up doing that, and then we went down for breakfast. We went to that little diner area in the hotel. It's between like the convention space and the hotel. It's like that little diner. We went there for breakfast. I ended up getting Eggs Benedict, which was $20 fucking. Jesus fucking Christ, it was expensive. But the cold brew coffee was great, and the Eggs Benedict looked pretty banging. I will say, it looked good. It was just okay. Definitely needed a lot more salt and seasoning, but you know, it was pretty good for a good start to the day. I mean, the egg yolk flow. Look at that. Look at that egg yolk. Also, I gotta ask, because I heard about this during the con. Did someone piss on the seats at that diner during that weekend? Or was that just like someone was at the pool? What happened? Because like I heard about that, and I think I saw it very briefly on Twitter in passing, that someone had pissed on the seat, or one of the seats or booths at that diner that Monty and I were at. Not at the same time we were there, but just at one of the points during the con. Did that happen? Like, actually, does anyone have any confirmation of that? Does anyone have a pic or video? Not that I'm covering it. I don't want to fucking cover it for a video. I think that's just an easy answer of, like, just don't fucking do that. You know, change before doing any of that. Also, that's just disgusting. Don't do that. Also, hi, Russ. Oh my god, Russ is back. I like Russ. Russ, look at the Eggs Benedict that I got with Monty. Monty's not in this pic. Monty's in this pic. We love Monty. But yeah, apparently on one of like the booths in the back, or like one of like the cloth chairs, like someone had pissed on it, or while they were sitting, where they got up and there was just like an outline of them. I don't know, maybe they were like sweaty, or maybe they pissed. I don't really know. Again, this is all dude, trust me. I do not know if that happened, but I saw some like sporadic pics going around, and it's just like, dude, don't do that. Can we get Eggs Benny together? Russ, I would absolutely love to get Eggs Benedict together. Would you like to go to Megaplex next year? I would love to go to Megaplex with you next year. But also, I would love to get Eggs Benedict with you, if I can. Next con, I'm going to make it happen. I will look for a place and we'll get Eggs Benedict, okay? Worst case, if I get Eggs Benedict again, I will do what I did at Red Robin and get a picture of Frey, put it at the end of the table, and pretend to feed him like those little steak fries. I'll show that pic later. That's later on in the con evening. The hotel sex scene unraveling before us at the Megaplex pool party was just immaculate. What on earth? What do you mean sex scene? Was there stuff happening? Dude, I guess I missed a good chunk of the con. I was too busy on my own little world enjoying my things, so yeah. Trust me, the hotel cleaning costs were not the zero the entire time. That's so unfortunate. Dude, if it came down to it and people had, like, pissed on the seats, regardless of the context, if it's, like, furry AVDL stuff, or, like, you leaked, or, like, you didn't change, or you're marking your territory, don't do any of that. You know, don't damage other property. That's it. That's really it. that's really it. You know, don't do that. There's your lesson. There's the answer to whatever the piss seat diner drama is wild. What would I title that if I were to do a one-off video on it? The furry diner piss seat situation. That's what I'd call it. Just don't do that. You know, don't leak. Change if it's, you know, a DL or furry ABDL diaper fur thing. Don't do that. Yeah, that's it. that's literally it. I got nothing there. I could think of nothing else. You know, I really could think of nothing else. Oh my goodness. Interesting. Look, I'm sorry if this is your first impression of me. Or have your friend change you? Yeah. Look, man. Look, man. I got nothing to say besides never been in that situation, and I don't think I'll ever be. Just go to the bathroom. That's it. Just if you gotta pee, go to the bathroom to do it. There you go. The furry piss problem is wild. There you go. It's a better one. Crazy. Also, thank you, John, for the resub.
Boy, B2
it is a floaty boy. There's the
Maverick's
floaty
feet.
boy waking up. He looks hungry. Feed him. Thank you for the 4-month resub, though, John. I greatly appreciate it. Can we get some life jackets and Beta Ada hearts in the chat? I appreciate the support. I hope you're doing well. Furries defecating or urinating in inappropriate places is a stereotype I might not have known. It's a small fraction that do the craziness if I enjoy the fandom myself. Look, I don't know what the context is to that of, like, the, you know, the diner seats or people being in the diner at the FurCon and then them leaving, and then there's an outline of wet, and then apparently one of the staff members or, like, the workers at the diner brought out, like, a trash bag or, like, one of those, like, toxic waste bags to cover it, like, the whole seat. Dude, maybe they needed the Beta brand piss jug. Yeah, maybe the 50 liters of piss was in full form right then and there. Dude, just lesson with that. Don't piss anywhere but the bathroom. That's all I'm going to recommend. I could say so much right now and make so many jokes right now, but I'm not going to. I'm not going to do that to myself. Just know that I've never... Yeah, let's move on. Anyways, Eggs Benedict. It was yummy. It was good. Look at that egg yolk. Okay, I will say, absolutely despite the Eggs Benedict not being seasoned well, that egg yolk was pretty banging. This is me on the way to the convention space to hopefully try and register or get in line for registration. Basically, the plan for the day was get breakfast, get ready for the pool, go and register for the con, and then do whatever else later. Registration did not happen until later on that evening because the line was atrocious. But on the bright side, I ran into Archie, and he looks fantastic. Look at Archie. Look at that look. He's got the glasses. He's got, like, the tropical shirt. He's got the swim shorts. I like it. I liked his fit. Also, Archie is just a sweetie in general. I got to officially meet him at the con. And he looked amazing, let me tell you. He looked amazing. I loved that. And I love the pic that I got with him. There's me flashbanging myself with the flashbang on my camera going off. And then I move on. And then this is me going through the line. There's Monty in the back, you know, checking out the camera and stuff. And this is just kind of me going through, seeing the line go through. Basically, how it goes is it goes all the way down this hall. I think that's where it starts, give or take, or maybe it goes around another corner from there. But basically, from, like, the square of the building, like, imagine this is the very end of the line. It goes here, here, all the way down to, like, give or take the entrance of the hotel. And apparently, the wait for registration was, like, about 3 to 4 to 5 hours. So probably the worst I had seen it. And I made a post about it of, like, that is the worst registration line I've seen. I did have some friends who wanted me to cut into the spot that they had in line, but I felt bad about doing that, and I just wasn't going to be the guy to do that. So I ended up going and getting a coffee. I delivered one to Jake. There's Jake taking my coffee. There's Jake's Tootsies. But yeah, I ended up getting coffee. And I decided not to stay for the registration line. I think I went and did something else. I'll have to see through the rest of this recap, honestly. I'm kind of blanking on it. But the coffee was great. There was the line. Oh my Jesus Christ, man. Look at that. It just, from this point here, it just goes on and on throughout the end of the hallway till that end door where registration or the reg room is. And even then, that goes through the whole hallway going back to, like, the entrance of the hotel. Imagine this goes on for, like, a good while. Good old LineCon. We love LineCon. Do all cons have massive lines? I've never been to one. Not every con. This one, I think they were not prepared for the amount of people that were going to be attending, for one. And two, I think we're not expecting the queue to go the way that it did. So the line for registration ended up being like 4 to 5 hours. Don't know if that's something that's going to be improved upon next year. But it's one of those things where, you know, growing pains with the con. I think next year it is going to be improved. It's not something that I think, you know, is going to be like the bane of Megaplex or anything. From what I've seen with most, if not all conventions, whenever there is an issue for that convention during the year, the next year that issue is either non-existent or is not remembered, and then people are on to the next thing to be angry about. Like, this is just the rotation of conventions that we see. So, like, you know, props to Megaplex for doing the best that they could with the registration. From what I know, that was the only caveat. The only caveat with the lines, or with the con this year. Just line con registration. The only thing that I think was, on top of that, a little bit of a problem was, like, I guess people wanted to go to, like, the DJ sets that Friday night at the con. So, like, they want to go to, like, Jay's DJ set. Oh. I'm sure you expected that to do more. I do apologize, Lamppost. But I do appreciate the 100 bits, though. I could do that again if you like. Wait, you broke it? What do you mean you broke it? I don't think it really did anything. I think that's what it's supposed to say. But, regardless, I think the only other caveat that I did hear about is, like, that Thursday or Friday night when I think it was Jay's set, like Jay Foxcat, his set was happening at, like, 2 a.m. or so. And apparently people who didn't register for the con weren't let in regardless of whether or not they had, like, the confirmation of registration on their phone. So it was a little bit of, like, a dead set for, like, Jay's set. And, like, I feel bad about that, too, because I wanted to go. and I tried going in, but they just weren't letting anyone in. So it was like a little frustrating. I think that's the only caveat. I know other cons ended up doing it where, say if you did register for the con and there were some hiccups with like pre-registration or getting registered in time, like if you just showed any confirmation of being registered for the con beforehand, going into that space, they would let you in, or they weren't checking registration going into like that first evening of the con. Because like for Jay Foxcat's set, I know a lot of people were excited for it. I really wanted to go and see it because I haven't met the dude yet, and we've been talking for like a while. I'm like, I want to go by to your set, I want to support you. And like I tried going in and they're like, where's your badge? I'm like, I don't have a badge, registration was hell, can I show you confirmation? And they're like, nope. I'm like, that's a shame. And apparently a lot of other people had that same treatment too and weren't able to go in and see Jay's set, which is really disappointing. So that was the only other caveat, maybe critique or criticism that I have towards Megaplex for that. But again, you know, it's going to be something that hopefully will be changed or fixed in the future. I don't think it's like a deep problem, just something that can be fixed in time. First time I meet you, you want to do a shot of Fireball and then a piece of garlic bread? Fuck yeah. That sounds awful for my gut, but I absolutely would do that. God damn, there's got to be a name for that. That sounds abysmal. Oh, the worst possible combo. Dude, the cheese. Imagine if that garlic bread had cheese on it too. That's awful. Just hit him with the I am the famous beta-aided Delota, you gotta let me in. I do not want to do that. I will never do that. I had that opportunity, or quote-unquote the opportunity to do that twice through Megaplex. One with the registration line, and another with, I think, another line for the pool, to go to the pool. I was not doing that, okay? I saw the line. I was like, you know what? I'm either going to wait in this line or I'm going to come back later. And that's what I decided. I was tempted many times based on friends who wanted me to cut, but it's like, no, I'm sorry. I'll hang out in line with you, and that's what I ended up doing with Jake. I was waiting around here with Jake while he was in line registering for the con. I hung out with him and just stayed and chatted with him in line. But other than that, I did not, you know, wait there. And he's like, you could go. You could stay with me. You know, you delivered coffee, and I was just holding your place in line. I'm like, there have been people who have been waiting here for longer, and I just don't want to, I don't want to be that guy. So I ended up leaving registration, and then I came back later, and luckily the registration ended up being like 10 minutes long. So yeah. You're telling me you don't want to use your fame to be a douchebag, Dan? Well, here's the thing. Even in the case of like coming back in line here, like if I were to join the queue at this point, I wouldn't even be doing it out of the case of, you know, my name or fame for that matter. It would just be more like friends inviting me into their place. But it's like, no, I don't want to do that. I'm not, like, I know I could do that, but I felt bad about it. So I didn't do that. I just waited in line with my friend to keep him company, and then I went off. Oh yeah, what ended up happening, I got in Fursuit after that, because I wanted to go around in suit, get some pics, try on my life jacket, so I did that. Also, hi, Jake. Hello, princess. Wait, you're beta? Please crush my balls. No one's asked me that besides you, Rush. Do you want to do a poopy ball? I hate that. I hate that. If you gave me a shot of whatever cheese right now, Rush, I would probably I'd probably do that, but I'm not gonna do that. Why is my right eye watery? Why is it only my right eye? Am I okay? I'm not crying. You're crying. No, I have nothing to cry for right now. At least right now. But Friday, or I think it's Saturday at this point. Is this day 2? Fuck, this is, again, I'm so confused by the days. Day 2 was the Saturday.
Wait, your beta? Please crush my balls, oh
Jesus Christ. Thank you, Lamppost. Thank you for the bits and, that. Sweet Jesus Christ. Now, that's 2 people that have asked me that. But, regardless, ended up going around the con, just seeing what the Reg line was like, hung out with Jake a little bit, delivered my coffee to him, because he wanted coffee. I was waiting with him for a little bit. I didn't end up wanting to register at that time, because I'd rather wait, and I didn't want to wait for 6 hours. I wanted to do some other stuff. But I ended up running into Celio. Look at Celio. That's Orin. Oh my god, it's Orin! I love Orin. I love Celio's suit, but he was going around. I want to say hi to him. got some pics with him, was a little creepy weirdo to him and scared him. Look at how far back he got thrown back. What happened? That's crazy. That's crazy, isn't that? Oh, look at that. That's Orin, his snoot. We love Orin. But yeah, I saw him, ended up waiting with Jake for a little bit. Saw the line. I'm like, you know what? I don't want to be the guy to cut in line. So I went back to my room and decided I was going to get in suit and go around the con and meet up with Jake for when he was done with registration. And then he would handle for me. And then I get some pics and videos while in suit. And it was really fun. And I was going to have a good time with that. And so that was my plan. So I went back to the room. This is what the pool looked like after a few hours. Goddamn, man. Look at that. It is like... It's pretty packed in there. It's going to get more packed throughout the span of this week. Also, look at the little pool toy cove over there. That's my favorite. I got to go over there when I went to the pool, which wasn't until like Monday or so, or I guess the Sunday of the con. But basically what I ended up doing, I got into suit. There's the POV of me looking at my thighs. And I wanted to try on officially my new life jacket in Fursuit. This is the one that I got from Candy Coated Squeak a few months ago. I wanted to get the big one to fit me in Fursuit. I know I got to try it on and wear it at Awustria, but this... Thank you. But this con was going to be kind of my debut themed con to wear around this floaty vest. And this is what it looks like. I was taking pics all by myself with like my my tripod and my camera. There's the floaty vest with the dog. It's very fitting and very cozy for my... Thank you. For my suit. Thank you. For my suit. So I ended up trying it on, and this is how I looked in it. Aw, it makes me so happy. Look at him. Look at him. He's ready to save lives and be a floaty dog. I love this. I love this vest so much. First off, I have some caveats with it. The first problem with it, when you are wearing this over a fursuit, it is the perfect insulator for any sort of moisture and any sort of heat. So any heat that was coming off my body underneath this life jacket was making it all moist. Basically, my fursuit was drenched by the end of it. This is what my fursuit looked like after being in my life jacket in fursuit for like a good, give or take, hour or two. And no matter how much cooling, no matter how much fans, no matter how much of my mini fan that I used, no matter how much hydration that I used, it was soaked. And that's just something that is going to come whenever I wear this life jacket over my suit. Because again, it's an insulator. It's going to keep things nice and warm and tight and inflated and cozy. I mean, look at that. Look at that neck piece. That's... I like this. This is such a cutie little vest. And I'll probably do my own separate video talking about it, you know, with wearing it around. Because technically for me, this is like my full fursuit character cosplay from my Sona, if you think about it. Because like I've had my fursuit as is, and I can wear a life jacket or my cosplay floaty, non-floaty vest, but I never really had like that full torso, full body, one-piece life jacket like this before. And I'm glad that I finally do have it. You know, and the only caveat with it is, one, it is abysmal wearing it in fursuit, so it's not really feasible. And two, there are holes in it. Even though I repaired it recently, there are still holes in it. I have to send it back for them to repair it. There are some holes in areas that I don't even know where they are. I could probably look for it, but like I tried once. I don't know if I want to try again, so gonna send it back and have them repair it for me, especially if I just want to wear this around the con in fursuit. But look at the floaty dog. He's all ready and floaty and happy. I love this. It's just, I know it's not really a big deal to have an inflatable life jacket vest on me compared to, you know, the other ones that I could wear around the con. It's just like, it's nice to be able to fit and finish the character. Like having Levi's usual outfit. It's nice. It's finally nice to be able to do that. And that's why it means a lot to me. It means a lot to me to be able to do this. And so I was really excited to go around the con lobby at Megaplex in my floaty vest, just waddling around. Because truthfully, even though, you know, the thighs are already thick and I'm waddling around as is, with all this added padding and inflated material around my body, I was waddling around like a motherfucker. Like, I was just quite literally physically waddling. And it was actually really fun. It was, minus the waddling part, it was just fun to go around in suit. And I think I have a little note here. Go over fursuit photos and folder. Yeah, so Jake ended up taking some photos of me on his phone, which I want to go over real quick because they look super, super adorable. And I can't show them in this recap for some reason. I think it's just the type of file or image that he ended up sending me. But the pics are awesome, let me just say. The pics are awesome, so just kind of going over them as such. Like, look at this. This is me and Cody. So Cody ended up getting into fursuit as well and wanted to fursuit with me, and I'm really grateful for that. This is Cody. I love Cody. He's so handsome. But we got some good pics together while we're hanging around. This is just after Jake got out of registration or the registration line. I was trying to look for him and was getting so incredibly overwhelmed, because there were a lot of people that wanted to get pics with me, that wanted to say hi to me. I had my name called pretty much from every angle while in fursuit, and the only thing that I can physically see is outside of these eyes. I was very, very, very overwhelmed. And it wasn't anything from anyone specifically. Okay, everyone was just naturally wanted to say hi. I appreciate that. But trying to find Jake, there is some, like, vlogging footage that I was taking with my little selfie stick that I had, where I was just, like, vlogging myself with my phone, where I was looking around for Jake while, like, basically coning through, like, surveilling through the line to see where he was in line, if he was finished or not. You could see it and hear it in my voice. I was, like, panicking because I didn't know where to go. I didn't know what to do. I was overheating fast, and I couldn't find anyone. But I did find Cody. And I did find Jake inevitably, and he helped me suit around and got some pics and videos for me, which will be in part of that life jacket furry video that I'm going to be doing later on in time at some point. I don't know if or when I will do it, but I'll do it at some point. But I'm just glad that I finally found my friends and got to go around the con. A lot of people wanted to say hi to me, and I felt very, very overwhelmed at times. Like, I think it got literally to the point where I couldn't take, like, 5 steps without being stopped over and over again. It wasn't bad, but it's just kind of the reality of fursuiting around as me. But, yeah, this is a picture of me and Cody. And this is a picture that I got with some other furries who wanted to say hi. I think that's Socks, the Serigal. I think I saw them once before. But basically, we were all going along this lower level throughout, like, where the line went. Basically, this line went to the right, and it just kind of kept going and going and going into the registration room until we went to, like, one of the headless lounges around the corner. And that's where we kind of, like, stopped for a bit. But we got a couple of cute pics on the way. A couple of pics with, like, fursuiters, and I got to pose around in my floaty vest. I found Jim. I love Jimmy. He's such a sweetie. He's such a little man that I can just pick him up, but I give him a big hug. See, that's the good thing, too, about having the floaty vest on. You give better hugs. You're, like, much better, like, cozy, squishy, padded fursuiter, so that when they give you a hug, it's, like, nice and, like, squeaky and inflated, and it's, like, cozy. So hugs are better when you're in a life jacket too. So there's that. That's a bonus. But we just kind of kept going down the line as I got pics. There's me and Cody squishing Jim. We love Jim. Another burb fursuiter who wanted to say hi. I love this suit. It looks fantastic. But I'm just like posing, doing my usual thing. And then Cody picking me up. I love Cody. I love this pic of us. It was so nice. It was so nice. He picked me up, wanted to get a nice close-up photo with me. I ran into Laminar Fox, or rather they said hi to me. They're such an orange fox. I wanted to put them in my life jacket because it would just be so fitting with the rest of their colors. But I love this pic we got together. I remember seeing a video of them playing, like, I think it's the clarinet or some sort of wind instrument on, like, an inflatable duck or something. So it was really nice to be able to, see them and get a picture with them. I remember seeing some TikTok or video about it a while back, but yeah, they're inverse camo. Yeah, but they're very, very cute. They wanted to say hi to me and wish me well. They were very, very sweet. Oh, and then I ran into Sam's little booth, Samuel's world famous Dino Nuggies. Said hi to him. I'm like, I eat. And he's like, no, don't eat. And then we kept going around. I got pics with Hugs and Snugs, or Hugs and... I can't remember his full name, but he's like that big buff abs, more for less suitor. Love their suit. They're such a sweetie. Got to get a pic with them. Got to say hi to them. That was nice. And then those are the pics that I took from Jake's phone. The rest of it is pics that I was sent separately that wasn't in the HEIC file format. Don't exactly know what HEIC stands for, but got a couple of these other ones. There's more of me and Cody together. Someone wanted me to get a picture with one of the Sword Master characters from Demon Slayer Hunter thing. The Depresso one, the edgy one. They're kind of cool, I think. But I got that pic. And then someone wanted to say hi and then handed me this cutesy little sketch that they did of me. Shout out to Toby. I want to pronounce the rest of that. Toby Queen. Toby Queen with 3s. Toby Queen Arts for doing this cutesy, kind of saucy sketch of me. Look at that. Why does he always has the bedroom eyes. He's got that energy. I like how Levi's kind of giving off that aura. It's nice. But shout out to Toby Queen Arts for doing this lovely, cutesy little sketch for me. I love it. I got a picture with them. I was very, very happy about it. Big shout out to them. I love the art. You were very, very lovely to meet. And thank you for the very, very generous art. I wanted to censor the face just in case, I don't know who was okay or happy with being shown on camera or video. So I just, you're not in suit, or if I don't have permission from you to show your face, I'm going to censor it regardless. But yeah, I got a picture with them, and I like this. This made me happy. HEIC stands for High Efficiency Image Container. Oh. It is such a cute art piece. I appreciate you holding on to me for Jake. I appreciate you holding on to it for me, Jake. There we go. I can speak properly. But yeah, I appreciate Jake for handling me. They took a bunch of really lovely photos and videos and pictures for me while I was going around the con in fursuit, and I'm very grateful for it. This, for me, was like my big fursuiting day. I don't think I fursuited really any other point later this con, which wasn't bad. It's just I was very, very exhausted from even doing this session. I mean, you can even tell from, like, I sweat through my fursuit because of the life jacket. So, yeah. But hey, we took care of it. I got some fursuit spray. I was good to go. The fursuit was fine. God, that ass is so matted. Oh, my Christ. But yeah, this is me figuring my life out. I got a picture with Monty as he was about to go down in suit. But after I ended up showering, desuiting, and getting my bearings and everything, I decided to go down to registration. It was like later in the evening, around like 6 to 7 p.m. or so, I believe. And the line, there was no line. This is like the other end of the hall where like registration took 10 minutes tops. So yeah, blessed be. Wait until later for a little bit, and registration isn't that bad. And that's what I did. And it was the play. I didn't have to wait the 3 to 4 to 5 hours. I just kind of walked in for 10 minutes and, oh, hey, I'm registered. Haha, floaty life jacket dog go flow. It's supposed to say foomp. Foomp is the noise of something inflating. Foomp. But, yeah, I didn't have enough characters there. But, hey, look at that badge icon. I love this fucking art piece that I got. I think it's from Art Deco 2000 is the name of the artist. But I love this derpy little sketch that I got. Just that expression of pure panic, derpy panic, is so funny. I love it. I loved our badge names. What was your badge name, Rush? Did you have to have it changed again? Did they allow it? Why are you naked? I'm not naked. I'm just shirtless. That's it. I don't know if I'm naked. I just have my shirt off because, yeah. I was there when you regged in. Oh, hell yeah. Yeah, the registration for that time wasn't that bad. That's why for me, despite, registration always being, like, a nightmare as soon as it opens, like, 1 hour, 2 hour, 3 hours, I usually wait for the most optimal time to register and wait to do my convention stuff till after that. Like, I don't plan to do all my convention stuff on, like, the first day, unless there's some obligation where I need to have it. So, for me, for that Friday or Saturday or so, yeah, I didn't need it. Don't you attend those sex parties and cons? You think I get any action at cons? Let's be real. Be real. Be real with me. Crazy. No, of course I don't. Are you kidding me? It's also not really my vibe, if that makes sense. I'm also just awkward in general, so it's like, that's probably not happening. But regardless, register for the con was pretty easy. If you're wondering, that is not the badge number in terms of like how many attendees have registered so far. I think that's a randomized number. But regardless, got my badge for the con, was happy about that. There's me jelking, or I don't know if that's what it is. Oh, hey, I ran into Soka, or Puppy Mao. I love Puppy Mao. He's such a sweetie. Yeah, I had a picture with him while I was going to, I think, get another coffee. This is the point in the evening where like a few parties were going on. Some were going to capacity and I was invited to a few. Honestly, I was not feeling like partying that day. So I kind of just wandered around the convention space and saw what was going on with it. I went to the other end of the convention space here. This, I think, was where the line originally started. Jelking is different, is it? I thought jelking was the, you know, you adjust the cheekbone thing. Or is that something else? I don't know. Dude, all these weird words. All these weird words I don't know about and quite frankly don't care about. But regardless, just went around and explored the convention space while friends were doing their own thing. I think Jake and Cody were at the VR chat meetup. Some friends were going to some sort of case openings party. I wasn't really feeling like it. I wasn't really feeling like going to a party. I just wanted to like hang around and party in the sense of like small friend group, like 10 or so people in a room, drinking, chatting, having a good time. You know, that's mewing. Okay, so I meant mewing. That's it. I was doing the mewing. Yeah. That's it. Okay, well, learning some things. Yeah, maybe we don't need to talk about what jelking is. I kind of assumed that that's what mewing was. So I was mewing. There we go. Thank you for teaching me about mewing, chat. I was mewing here. And oh, hey, I ran into Soka. Soka's pretty cool. I love this Puppy Mao. He has a beanie on his fursuit. That's adorable as fuck, too. But yeah, pretty much at this point, I had been invited to a few parties. Wasn't really feeling like it because they were at like 40, 50, 60, 70, 80 people. There were a lot of people at these parties. And I'm just like, I'm more for like close, small friend parties where like we have 10, 12, 13, 14 people in a room. And it's not like overpacked, overcrowded. Like when Jake and Cody had people in their room that first night, that was ideal. So when I was invited to all these other ones, I would have loved to have shown up, but it would have been for like cordialities. So like, if I just showed up, I'd say hi and I'd feel very socially overwhelmed. It'd be very hot and moist in the room that I'd probably just end up leaving like 5 minutes later, which is what a lot of my friends who went to these parties ended up doing anyways, because the amount of people and the vibes there just weren't that great. So yeah. But hey, you know, I got to explore the convention space a little bit. There's me chewing gum, looking like I'm having a moment. I ran into Dexter. He gave me a Tim Tam. I forgot I had gum in my mouth as I was chewing on this Tim Tam, and it resulted in the most disgusting texture ever. But the Tim Tam was delicious. Just after that with the minty gum, yeah, that didn't really work out for me. So yeah, regardless, after that, ended up getting a little bit more boozed up for the evening. Ran into my buddy Thunder, where he finally came to the con after arriving and was hanging out for the weekend with everyone. Ended up ordering and getting more soju, and I wanted to match it with the little badge that I got from @BreastBiscuit. I think they're the fursuit maker for Rocket Pup Studios, Rocket Pup Prod. I don't know. But regardless, they did this lovely badge for me. I love it so much. And it's like one of my staple badges when going to cons. And I really wanted to match the vibe of it by also getting a peach soju. And I did, and I was happy about it. This badge makes me happy. The soju makes me happy. I had a good time. And oh hey, there's Thunder wearing my fursuit. That was nice. I put him in my fursuit and he looks like he was having a good time. Maybe too much of a good time if you ask me, but it was very nice. After this point, I think Monty came back and was hanging out with us. We decided to order some pizza because we hadn't really eaten that evening, and I knew I was a little too swifty, and I knew if I was gonna drink more that evening, I needed more food. So yeah, ended up ordering some pizza. I think we ordered Domino's or something. There's me with more awkward pictures that I'm taking. Oh my god, I really hold my camera that way? Jesus Christ. But yeah, took some pictures in distress, took some pictures with the dog while distressed. There's Thunder, say hi to Thunder. And then we went down to the lobby. Ran into my friend Jack, and he handed me this little shot of whatever this was. Shout out to Jack. You're a legend and you're a savior, because this is that was all I needed for the rest of the evening, and I was set. So thank you for that. I appreciate it. Hi, Thunder. Oh my god, it's Thunder. Hi, Thunder. I miss Thunder. Thunder, I hope you had a good con. You were an awesome stand-in Levi. I hope you didn't get any uncomfortable comments or people making gestures towards you that were uncomfortable. I hope that didn't happen. Also, look, there's Monty. Monty's pretty cool. I was having a time. Oh, hey, pizza. That's pretty cool. Yeah, I had mushrooms on pizza, and it was actually pretty banging. And then there was like a pepperoni pizza. That was also pretty good. There's my sock. Yeah, I went to pick up the pizza, was having a moment, and then I ran into Jesus. This is where I tried dabbing up with Jesus and failed like 3 times over. So I don't know what's going to happen to me in the afterlife, but yeah. The pizza was good, and the booze was good. This is me drinking that ice after that I was given. Couldn't realize I was going to be fighting for my life after that. But yeah, basically the rest of the night was, you know, I was a little tipsy, more into the B2 territory. Not full send B2, but a pretty comfy, you know, tipsy sort of night with friends. I had some pizza. I was going around while they were in fursuit. Thunder was suiting around. The pizza was good. Ran into Jesus. He was pretty cool. Apparently he was at a Woostria while I was there. And, I don't remember him from a Woostria, but whoever this Jesus was, the Jesus cosplayer at Megaplex, you were lovely. You were absolutely lovely. I'm sorry I failed the dab with you. It was my bad. Please forgive me for my sins. And there's me eating pizza while in distress. Even more distress. And then I think for the rest of the night, not much else happened besides catching up with friends that were like outside the rave or a dance, just kind of hanging around, doing their thing. I just kind of went around with Thunder, and you know, nothing really too deep, I think, really happened besides just walking around like an idiot while inebriated and saying hi to friends. I said hi to the dog. Look at that dog. It's a cool dog. I like that dog. Me in distress. Me flashbanging myself and taking a selfie with Thunder or Levi. I don't know what was going on there. There's the dog again. Someone gave me a bracelet that said piss condom on it. I love it. I wore it throughout the whole con. I still have that bracelet, and I think I'm going to start wearing it to more cons. That is an absurd, amazing bracelet. I don't know who did that for me, but they're like, Beta, I love your stuff. I made this bracelet for you. And then it said piss condom on it. And I'm like, I love this so much. And I think I gave them a hug, and then I went on with my day. And I don't know who did it, but shout out to you. I love this bracelet so much. Piss condom for the win. Gonna start wearing that at cons from now on. Look at that. Such a banger bracelet. And it actually went so fucking hard with my nails too, by the way. I wish I took a better picture of it. Like having the nails all sparkly and space-like, and then the bracelet. It went hard. I liked it. Oh yeah, and then someone came up to me and gave me this cutesy little sticky note doodle of my Aussie Shep in his life jacket, and that made me really emotional and happy, and it was a nice time. So thank you to the artist who did this lovely little sticky note badge for me as well, or a sticky note sketch. Levi likes it too. So yeah. After that, we ended up going to the dance. I ended up getting flashbanged by the dance. There was some death metal thing going on right now. That was impressive. And then the rest of the convention space, and then bedtime. Yeah, pretty much that was it. That was pretty much it. Literally, it was just hang out with friends near like the convention space and be inebriated, have a good time, yap, and just fursuit around. That was really it. That was really all I ended up doing, which was a pretty good night for the con. There weren't any like super big like close room parties with friends, but it was just everyone kind of going around at their own pace. And I think that was officially the Friday or Saturday evening of the con. No, that would probably have been like the Saturday. Because, no, it was Friday. Saturday was tomorrow. Fuck. The days are throwing me off. All I know is this was like Saturday evening the con. Sunday evening the con was the next day. And then Monday was pool day. And then get ready to go home day. So yeah, this was officially like the Saturday or Friday of the con. But now, we get to the good part. An intermission of all the pictures that Frey took of my face. Because we love all the pics that Frey takes of my face. He takes them all out of context, all randomly. I love it when he does this. But he just kind of took them at random. He started doing a little thing with his phone where he'd look back at me and go, and then just snap the pic as it's up. And it was the funniest thing ever. It was so fucking funny. So he'd take this pic of me. He took this pic of me. He took this pic of me. This one I was really hot. I think this was like the next day when I was getting ready to go into the dealer's den. Oh, wait, no. We were getting ready to register for the night market, which I never went to. I didn't actually end up going to the night market or the Moonlight Festival, whatever the after dark dealer's den rave thing that was going on that evening. Something else ended up happening for me, so, yeah. But yeah, he took some lovely pics of me. I like how they turned out. I was having a good time. Gosh, I love Frey. Gosh, I love Frey. Just nothing but in distress. Oh my god. Oh, Frey, I miss your face so much. But yeah, that was the Friday evening of the con. Moving on, we're on to the Saturday. What happened that Saturday of the con? There's a lot that happened. A lot of dealer's den stuff. Some fursuiting stuff. This is when Jake fursuited as me, and I handled for him. And then content creator meetup, then hot pot, then drinking, and then whatever else happened here, which we will get on to, because there are some fun stories with that. This is when Thunder lost his virginity. Before we go on, can we just get a round of applause for Thunder? Good job, my man. I'm so proud of you. So proud of you for your achievement this con. You'll get the context of that maybe later. Maybe. Ah, Thunder, we love you so much. So, day 3. What ended up happening? Day 3. So I caved and got some really cutesy art. 500 sub goal, and I show it. Yeah, that's the incentive. 500 subs, if we hit 500 subs on here, or 500 subs on Twitch, I'll show the art. Otherwise, I'm not going to show the art. So there you go. There you go. But how my day started. I did my usual perusing YouTube and Twitter before I started my day, like 30 minutes or so. Saw that finally, Lightsworns in Yu-Gi-Oh! Are getting some support. So I'm pretty thrilled about that. Lightsworn was like my first ever like meta-ish Yu-Gi-Oh! Deck that I started running. I love Lightsworns, and I might actually start running Lightsworns again, courtesy of the support that they got. So, yeah, I'm pretty happy about that. And then also they released the trailer for Jujutsu Kaisen Season 3, the Culling Games. Banger. Banger. I was wet. It was so good. I'm so excited, man. It's gonna be so good. I'm so fucking hyped about that. But yeah, started the day off well. Realized I forgot my razor at home, so I had to use like a weird like beard trimmer sort of thing to try and get it as minimized as possible. My hair was doing a weird fucking thing, but I got ready for the day, looking pretty good and gaming and ready. That's pretty much it. Also figured out a thing with my little lanyard. You know how the lanyard had some like sewing stitched up parts near the end of it? It actually made it really itchy and agitated, so I took some like masking tape and put it over the sides there. Made it a lot more cozy to wear. So that's what I want to share. Oh, and I got my MFF room results. Sorry I didn't get an MFF room. That's what ended up happening. I went for the lottery, applied for the MFF room lottery, and did not get a room, so I was sad, but I had the cake to celebrate, so that was good. Also, there we go. There's a mixture of the nails and the little bracelet that I had. Like the nails and then piss condom. God, that just goes hard. Goes so hard. But hey, I got breakfast. Got my nitro cold brew in the cafe with a nice brekkie sandwich. Ended up sitting down at one of the counters, and all my friends showed up and said hi, and it was very nice. Got to see the skyline, and the little architecture of the hotel was quite pretty. And it started downpouring directly after, so that was not fun. There's me being scared of the rain, so I don't drown. Yippee! And then we went to the little sticker wall over there. This is where we saw Snowy's little badges or stickers that Jade ended up making. That was pretty nice. And then there's someone ended up putting a job application there. It's pretty funny. I ended up getting a picture with the job application. You know, gotta go get a picture with something. So I ended up doing that. And then I ran into Taz and ended up getting the best selfie with him ever. Shout out to Taz for taking a lovely selfie pic with me. That's a hot job application, I know. It's crazy, isn't it, Ender? But yeah, I ran into Taz while he was fursuiting, wanted to get a picture with him. I got this picture and he's like, do you want to take a better one? I'm like, nah, this is perfect. This is perfect. So that's what we settled on. Also, if you want to know what it's like rooming with Monty, this is it. Get this fucking pop-up on your screen every like 30 seconds as he's fidgeting with his like AirPods because they're trying to connect to your phone, and the pop-up just keeps going up, and you're in the middle of getting some like really spicy furry art and commissioning some spicy furry art, and then this pops. I'm like, God damn it, Monty! So yeah, shout out to Monty for making my life more complicated. But hey, I got the art regardless, so that's pretty good. I'm pretty happy with the art. I actually ended up framing it earlier today. I went to Michael's, ended up getting like a picture frame that was perfect for the art that I needed to frame, and I finally got it framed, so I'm pretty happy with that. But yeah, this is what it was like rooming with Monty. And then I went into my plushie vendor, aka Corgi Beans, aka Build-A-Fur's little dealer's booth. I saw JT and I gave him the proper hi, how are you treatment that I usually do to him. I said hi to JT. Look, I just saw the JT plushie and I sent this to him. I'm like, hi JT. He's like, Beta, no. I'm like, Beta, yes. I don't know. And then I ran into Rush. Rush and I got some lovely pictures together. We were having a moment. Same thing with me and Jake. Jake went to give me a hug. We had a moment. And then I saw this amazing sign. Hey, baby, are you the ocean? Because I can't swim. That's me. And there's Rush. Look at Rush. He stole my phone and took some pictures on my phone. It was fun. But yeah, after that, it was pretty much the dealer's den day, where, like, we registered for the night market. We got our little wristbands for that. We got all registered and ready, just in case we were going to do it. I didn't know if I was going to do the night market or not. Might as well just register, wait in line while we could. So we did that. And then it was a big dealer's den day, because I wanted to commission some art similar to the art that I got last year. And I wanted to go hard. I wanted to get some really, really lovely, adorable art. And I went out of my way to do so. But I did look and see a couple of different shirts and different merch that I did want to get, but didn't end up getting. I just ended up taking pictures of them just to kind of remind myself in the future of something I might want to get if I want to get it. Just didn't want to go and buy something for the sake of it and end up being like, oh, I could have gotten this instead, and it ended up being like cheaper or something, or could have gotten different. So like, one thing that I started doing going to dealers den now is just taking pictures of the things that I want to get or would want to get, but not like buying them immediately. So like, first thing, I saw this cardboard cutout. It was just, I mean, I just like that cardboard cutout. Okay, that's really it. That was nice. Saw this looking for a werewolf boyfriend t-shirt. I think this was where Part-Time Dragons was set up. So ended up seeing that. Kind of wanted that shirt, but who knows. Saw this little pocket dog shirt that I kind of wanted. That looks adorable. I love the color and fit with it. Then I saw this tank top. Also looked pretty nice. And then I saw Dingo Dial Docky. I kind of wanted it because I love Dingo Dial. And then I did like both of these shirts or tank tops. Easy does it, and then No Gender, Just Evil from Sploggles, or the whatever the artist's name is now. I just like their stuff. They've been here for a while. And then I kind of wanted this tank top of the Space Pup. Don't know what he's doing there. Saw this other shirt that looked kind of nice. Didn't have it in my size, sadly. Oh yeah, someone wanted to give me a shot of something, some beverage, and I had that shot, and it was kicking in. Yeah, that's where I'm at right now. Or not right now, but where I was at right then and there when taking the photo in the dealer's den. And then I saw this cute little, how to wash your clothes and all that, or how to wash, like, clothes that you get from, I guess, Waffle Wishes. Zip up your garment if it's got one and turn it inside out. Wash on cold with the lowest heat setting there is, making sure to use a mild detergent with no bleach. If you can, hang the garment to air dry. This makes it last the longest. Tumble drying on the lowest heat setting is okay, too. And I actually kind of needed that, to be honest, because I'm still trying to learn how to wash my clothes, believe it or not, without destroying my clothes. So this is actually very, very helpful, believe it or not. So that was nice. I ended up really only getting the art that I commissioned in the dealer's den, which, again, won't show unless certain sub count is reached. But I did end up getting some fursuit spray, because I needed more fursuit spray. The rain, it's just my go-to. When it comes to, like, fursuit sprays for my fursuit, I don't really like going with any fruity or dessert, like, ones. I like going with something more floral or fragrant. So that's why I usually go with, like, the rain fursuit spray, because it's, like, very floral. It's very easy to, like, cut through, you know, whatever smell or BO might be there. Because sometimes I found with, like, say you get, like, a strawberry scented fursuit spray, it doesn't really take away the smell of the BO. Not to say that it's anything against the fursuit spray. It's just, in general, it can add to it. So you smell like BO and strawberries, and it's like, that's even worse, arguably. Also, hi, Ford. We love Ford Fusion Hosky. Your Jazz about to bust? Oh, my Christ almighty. You doing good there? Doing good there, Ford? You having a good time? Are you proud of yourself? Well, I'm proud of you, okay? I'm proud of you, and I'm proud of, Oh, that's Drew! I got a nice picture with Drew, because Drew finally came by. But after Dealer's Den, pretty much the plan was for Jake to get into my fursuit. So I was going to go around with him and handle for him while he was in my fursuit, and he was going to do his thing. We were going to go to the content creator panel. I think he ended up doing that in fursuit. And then after that, we were going to get ready to go and get food, like sushi or like, or Korean barbecue. I think we ended up getting a hot pot at the end of the day, but regardless, it was still really, really lovely. It was a good time. But for handling for Jake, it pretty much went as you would expect. He was a gremlin. He's gotten a lot more comfortable with wearing my fursuit, and that was really, really nice to see, I will say. Because, like, compared to, like, last year, where the first time he got to fursuit around was Megaplex 2024, where he wore my suit. It was pretty fun. I had a great time getting a handle for him. But I know he was, like, a little anxious with going around. You know, he wanted to make sure he wasn't going to ruin the suit or get it dirty, and wanted to be, like, conscientious so as not to lose me. Because, you know, he was worried about how I would be with it. But it was still, he seemed like he's grown into his own with wanting to wear the fursuit and be the character that he wants to be when being Levi. And it's really endearing to see that. Just seeing your friend grow more and more comfortable with, like, suiting or suiting as you or wearing any fursuits. It's just, it's really nice to see that, because I've definitely had that phase of time where I wasn't really expressive in fursuit and I was very anxious, and then eventually that shifted and changed. So it's like, you know, it's nice and different finally. So Jake got to go around in suit. I was really happy to see him go and do his thing, his usual pose, him being a gremlin to me. He's gotten to be a lot more of a gremlin, which is very nice to see. He's just coming into his own. It makes me happy. Him T-posing, look at how much of that ass hangs off. God, I have lost a ton of weight in fursuit too. Even though that's not me, but point being. And look at that. The dog and the dog. The dog and the yote. I also ran into Comet. I like Comet. He's a sweetie. He's pretty cute. Another fursuit sibling. Phoenix Nest sibling. God, what a cutie. Love him. And also there's Levi and Taz. Pretty much all I was doing this entire session was just fursuit handling, so I got some pictures of, like, Levi and Taz, which is really cute. Cody and Taz. Got a picture of me taking a photo of them. This is what it looks like from my perspective when handling. I think I did a YouTube short on that literally recently, where I showed what it's like being a fursuit handler, where like you see this happening on one end of the phone, but what's happening on the other end? This is me. Literally me. Just like deadpan expression taking pictures for my friends while they're fursuiting. So yeah, you know, it was fun. It was nice. I'm also just realizing I'm getting really fucking tired. I don't know why. This con recap isn't really even that lengthy. And it's probably not going to be that lengthy either. It's also almost done. Just got to get through the rest of it. I don't know. I'm just getting really, really eepy for some reason. But regardless, I got to go around. I got to take pics for Jake and Cody while they were in suit. It was really endearing because, like, also Jake has, from what I've understood, a better sense of fursuiting and posing for pictures when in fursuit than I do. And so it's a lot more helpful when he's taking suit pictures as me. Like, he does a better job posing while in suit than I do. I don't know how that works, but, you know, you do a good job in suit, Jake. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. I appreciate you for wanting to suit as Levi, as being the Jake wears Shep. Jake wears Shep. Jake wears Shep. Jake Vi. Whatever you want your nickname to be. It's still really cutesy. I love seeing you go around in my suit, and I love how far you've come with wanting to express yourself and be active in the suit, doing your little dances, you know, bothering me, being a gremlin. It's nice. It's fun. I like it. I love you tons, too. Also, Jake, are you going to be on VR tomorrow night? I don't know if tonight I'm going to be on VR, because it is getting a little late, and I still have to do some cleaning, and I kind of want to, like, relax a little bit. But, yeah, let me know if you're going to be on tomorrow. I'd love to see you and Sammy before Sammy makes the big move. I'm going to miss Sammy. But, got these lovely pics with friends. It was Cody and Taz. Found Jay as well. Jay and Levi got pics together. It was very, very nice to see those two. And then I got some pics with, like, Armin as well. And then we went and saw Yukon. Yukon gave Levi a noogie. Is that what it's called? Noogie? You just, like that. I think that's what it's called. I don't know. But I got to see Yukon. I like Yukon. Yukon's lovely. He's a sweetie. He's a big, big sweetie. And then I got a pic of Levi and Hugs, which I know Jake would love to have gotten a picture with Hugs. The big abs, buff, Morpholess suitor. So I'm glad that they ran into each other when they were suiting. There's Monty bothering Levi to try and open cases. There's Monty and Cody and Sam and Levi at the fist bump, hug, or smooch booth. That's actually pretty cute. I like this little booth they put up. But yeah, it was a fun time. And then eventually we made our way to the Furry streamer meet and greet that I guess Coda was hosting. I ended up staying in the corner of the room because I just was kind of done socializing for a bit and wanted to socialize mainly with a friend. So I was just like in the corner hanging with like Drew and Frey and a couple of others who came around there. There's Frey. He wants to know Maverick's location, and I did not have Maverick's location. But he got angry about that, so that happened. And then we ended up going back to the room to D-suit. And on the way, I got some pictures on the escalators, pictures with the cardboard cutouts. Don't even know who that is, but whoa. But yeah, it was overall a pretty good time. Nothing to really super heavily describe with the con recap with it. It was just, you know, the usual experience, going around fursuit handling for friends, you know, getting pictures with others while talking on my own end and making sure, you know, my fursuit dog doesn't run off. Not that it would be a problem if he did. He was very, very, very capable of handling himself on his end, but, you know, just want to make sure he's okay, has water, is hydrated, is getting air, is not super, super hot. But yeah, it was a really fun and a successful fursuit handling session. I had a good time. And I'm glad that Jake had a good time too. And I could see it just with how energetic he was. You know, maybe that's something to cover, maybe in a video at some point, seeing friends like fursuit more and more, seeing them come into their own with the character that they want to fulfill. Especially like if you're wearing another friend's fursuit, it's very, very tricky to like know if you're doing things right in fursuit as their character, and also being careful so as not to ruin their suit. So like it is a very challenging thing. But also when you get like the ropes of it along, when you figure it out and you're getting into it, and you know like what is comfortable, what isn't, you know, you start like knowing like the character that you want to bring to life with it. You get like a second rush of energy. I wish I got that second rush of energy Jake, whenever I get in fursuit. For me, I'm ready to take a nap and lay down when I get in fursuit personally. So I'm glad that you get that good energy when you're getting in suit. So yeah, it was nice doing that. I think after I ended up taking a nap, I was a little indecisive with what I wanted to do because my feet hurt a little bit. I was a little exhausted. I wanted to take a nap. I was a little socially overwhelmed. And then I eventually decided I wanted to join Jake on their adventures to go and get, I think it was sushi with like Taz and Garen, a couple of others. So I ended up tagging along with them. The sushi wait would have been like 2 hours. We weren't having that, so we went across the street to this hot pot place. They had a Labubu vending machine. I absolutely did not do that. Or a crane machine, not vending machine. A Labubu crane machine, yeah. Didn't end up getting any of that, but it was just interesting to see. And then we went to this volcano hot pot and barbecue where we got hot pot, and I got an entire bottle of sake to myself. I thought when I asked for sake, I was gonna get like a shot or two. Nope, they gave me the entire bottle. Let me just say I was very confidently drunk by the time this bottle was done, and I did finish off the whole bottle myself. God damn. I probably need to chill and slow my roll a bit at the next con, which luckily it'll probably be a lot more of a chill con the next con, but still, yeah, definitely gonna be doing that for the next few cons. I had a good time, I will say. I wasn't a problem. I don't think I ever have been a problem when I've been drinking anything, for that matter. I know my limits, and I haven't reached my limits to the extent where it becomes a problem or anything. It's just like, I don't know, I'm realizing it's just not as fun as I used to. I still go around, I have a good time, you know, tink-tinking with friends, but it's just like, I don't need that to have a good time. But regardless, the sake was good, I will say. I think I actually prefer sake over soju, personally. But that's something to figure out in the future when the time comes. But the hot pot was pretty good. It was basically like a hot pot buffet where you go and build your own plate. So I got this plate of all these like meats and dumplings and like fried tofu and enoki mushrooms. I got bok choy, as my family calls it, bok chewy. I got udon noodles, which I would like to make the claim, udon noodles are fantastic in hot pot, but getting them to work with hot pot and getting to eat them is like owning a cat. You know how owning a cat, it's like they're cute and adorable, but they like bite you or they scratch you? That's like the equivalent of eating hot pot udon noodles. They're good, they're delicious. But the amount of times they slip off your chopsticks or slip off and then like splash back the hot broth into your eye or face or your hand and it hurts. That's about the equivalent. That's the equivalent or the comparison that I was going for. So if you were confused by my tweet that I made that evening, that would explain it. Fun fact. Also, Insane Weasel, thank you for the super chat. I greatly appreciate that. Fun fact about the Jesus cosplayers. There's two. One of them said they decided to visit the Christian convention across the street and got banned. That's wild. How quickly did that happen? I didn't even know there was a Christian convention across the street. What do you mean, like, Christian convention too? Just, like, go to church. Just go to church, you know? Well, we can't go to furry church. There's no furry church. That's why we have to have a furry convention. That is crazy, though. That's awesome to hear. I mean, not awesome, but it's also just hilarious. Oh. I'm actually really curious to see what the timeline events was for them to get banned. Because, like, was it instantly they walked in as Jesus and got banned? Or, like, what, like, happened? What happened there? You know, I don't know. Crazy. Ugh. I'm sorry. I'm getting tired. I shouldn't be. We're almost there. Oh. But yeah. Hot pot was really good. It was delicious. I was filled with love and filled with hot pot and filled with booze. But the place was good. After that, we went back to the hotel room to relax a little bit. Everyone was getting ready for the night market. I wasn't really feeling like doing it. I kind of just wanted to go around with friends and party a little bit. So eventually everyone ended up in our room. I had more soju. I had this grape soju that I ordered. And then Drew ended up bringing me this like Good Boy vodka. It's like blackberry, iced tea, and lemonade. And it actually is, it was really, really good. I kind of want to get more of these Good Boy vodkas, like, and also because Good Boy, it just checks out, it works out. But this was really good, and then I ended up mixing this and this together, and it was actually probably the best mixed drink that I've had. I'm not even joking. Not even joking. Soju in this Good Boy was probably the best mixed drink I've ever had. And it was so good. Have you been checking the time? Yeah, it's not like... It's like almost 11 p.m. I mean, I still have to get through the con recap. I am going to get through the full thing tonight. Just, you know, it's taken a while. I do apologize. But we ended up doing an impromptu case opening party. Ended up opening some cases. Monty ended up buying some, and we wanted to open some. And let me just say, we pulled absolutely nothing good. But, you know, drinking, having some tink-tinks with friends, and opening some CS cases. It's a pretty fun time. But on the bright side, I made the announcement. Thunder is no longer a virgin. He lost his virginity. Round of applause for Thunder. No, but genuinely. I think he ended up having some sort of, like, hookup that night. And we joked about him losing his virginity, and it became, like, the big joke for that, for the con, or for us during the con of, like, give it up for Thunder, lost his virginity. And I think it got to the point, too, where I asked Two-Piece during his set during the Dead Dog Dance to make an announcement like that. Oh, my God. Gosh, that was so good. Yeah, Thunder! Woo! Oh, man. It was such a good time. I love this being the first reply that I saw for that tweet, man. But, okay, what ended up happening here? Because a lot happened after everyone was in the room. I think everyone went off to do their own thing, whether it was, like, get more booze or, like, go to the night market, go and do other things. I ended up, from what my notes had said and what I remembered, I was absolutely plastered. Again, I think that was the drunkest I had been that whole weekend at the con. I ended up getting some booty call. So, I ended up going over, and I was invited to an impromptu party to hang out with friends in their room. And I got to catch up with some really, really fun locals who I hadn't seen in so long. And they ended up inviting me to their cabana that they were staying in for the next day at the pool. So I had a place, I had a place to hang out and chill with them while I was by the pool. So I was excited for that. And it just kind of ended up going into like chatting and chilling with some old friends. Ended up making out a little bit with some. And I ended up going back to one of their rooms to chill and cuddle and hang out. And then eventually a couple of other friends from their roommates came by. They ended up being overly drunk beyond belief. And while some people were kicked out of the room, some were kind of just left to hang around. And I could see that they weren't doing well and they needed to get back to the room. So I ended up basically spending that good chunk of like 1 a.m. to 5 a.m. making sure that those people got back to their rooms and they were hydrated and they were safe and they weren't left alone. And especially that they had liquid IV and they were hydrated as properly as could be. I met some cool people through doing that, though. A lot of them, and this is just weird for me, because, like, you know, I really don't, I don't set this impression on myself that I'm, like, the Beta Eta Delota. I'm just a guy. So, like, there were plenty of people at the party that I was at where I was cuddling one of my friends, provocatively to some extent, given the context of what the party was. that were surprised to see me. And they were like, whoa, Beta, you're here? I would have never expected you to be here. I'm like, dude, I'm on vacation. Also, this guy's really cool. Also, hi, I'm Beta. Nice to meet you, you know? Sort of thing. Like, they're always surprised a lot of times that I am in the situation that I am. Usually, sometimes in a kinky situation, with local friends of mine. And then it ends up striking up this cool conversation. Like, I ended up chatting with this cool other guy. They're like a more for less suitor. I ended up meeting them that day, and they were just super chill, super cool. We had a cool conversation. And up until that point, you know, the conversation shifted because, you know, a couple of the people at that party ended up being a little too overly drunk and probably needed to be taken back to their rooms. So that's what I ended up doing. I ended up dropping everything to go and take care of those people. I don't even know some of these people either. They don't even know me. And I knew that if they weren't taken care of, they would end up having a really bad hangover or a really bad last day of their con, especially if they were like looking to just chill or had to travel home that day. If they didn't have any water or liquid IV in their system or hydration, you know, or electrolytes, sorry, I know I say liquid IV. If they didn't have any of that, they were going to have a bad night. And I saw that very evidently. So I pretty much spent a good chunk of the rest of my evening, while I was also very inebriated myself, making sure that they got back to their hotel rooms, which they were in separate hotels. So I walked them back, made sure they had water, got water for them, made sure that they had some of the little electrolyte packets that I gave them, and they were safe and sound in their room. And they were, and they had a good con from there, but I did take a good few hours or so of doing that with my evening. And people, again, were still surprised that I did that. And it's like, I'm gonna be honest, I just kind of do that as is. It's not even just a one-off thing of like, oh, you know, I'm gonna do this tonight. No, if someone needs help getting back to a space and they're not doing well, I'm going to make sure that they are okay. That is just the responsible adult thing to do. It shouldn't even be like, oh, you did a good thing. Oh, you deserve a reward for doing a good thing. No, you do it. If someone needs help, especially at a convention when they're not doing well or not handling their booze well, and they're not doing well, make sure they're well. That's it. You know, the only thing that I missed from it was like a little bit of sleep. At the end of the day, I'm just glad that they're okay. That's literally it. That's all it comes down to, and that's all it should be. That's what it should be. And I ended up having a conversation with one of the guys that was going with me around just to make sure that I was safe and okay with making sure people were good. And we were having this conversation about like, yeah, like not many people would do that because it's to some extent the world is very self-centered and we got a little existential about it. But I just kind of like reiterated to them because they were someone out of many that I ended up doing that night. Doing the whole thing that night where they were like, wow, Beta, I'm surprised you're here at this party, at this very specific party or a kink party or hanging out doing this thing with this person. It's like, I told them, like, I appreciate that there are these, I guess, not expectations or standards placed on me, but just try to understand. And this goes for everyone here. Like, I'm just any other guy. Just any other guy. I get, you know, I have this name, I have this number next to my name, I have this impression, I have this leverage to some extent. I hate using any of these words because at the end of the day, I just make dumb fucking YouTube videos where I don't know how to shut up sometimes. I do live streams for 3.5 fucking hours where I'm telling stories that I didn't even take pics for, that I'm just randomly telling them. It's nothing that special at the end of the day. It's not to say that I'm, you know, discounting what I do. I'm just a guy, you know, so when I'm at a con, when I'm at like a party, I'm there to kind of hang out and do my thing. I think what needs to really be understood, and I know we've definitely taken leaps and bounds from the time that I had gone into like furry YouTube and content creation where people are like, oh, your favorite furry YouTuber would never do anything NSFW in the furry space. No, adults do adult things. We've gotten past that, but it's still, you know, the shock and expectation of like, wow, I didn't expect Beta to be here. Just know if I'm in a space that I am, I'm there because I want to be there. I'm having a good, like, conventions for me are like vacations. It's my vacation time. I'm having a good time. I'm spending the time that I can with my friends, with people that I'm comfortable to do it with. And the only thing that I could ask, especially depending on the context of what is going on, don't point out that I'm beta aided to load it. That's all I ask. If you know me as beta, just, that's it, you know? Don't put 2 and 2 together. I separate, you know, the anime in the streets, hentai in the sheets thing. Please do the same for me as well. That's all I can ask. And that's more of the gist of my, I guess, rant, venting about parasocial stuff. Again, what happened that night wasn't a bad thing. I'm just happy that whoever was having a bad time with their booze or needed to be taken care of was taken care of, and they weren't left on their own to get back to their room when they couldn't feasibly do so. I am glad that they are okay. And I'm glad that everyone had a good time at the end of the day. I had a great evening. I just ended up kind of disappearing for the evening. I know friends were like looking for me and were worried for me because I wasn't getting to my phone. I wasn't anywhere to be found. And I was just busy for that past like 2 to 3 to 4 hours, making sure these people, these other furries who were there, weren't left behind and were hydrated and were taken care of properly after being full of booze. Because you just don't know. So, and I didn't know any of these people. I just wanted to make sure they were okay. They were friends of friends, and they were friends of people that were in the room. So I'm like, okay, well, they're here for some reason. So, just wanted to take care of them. And that's just really all it should come down to. That's the thing about the internet and being a content creator in the furry fandom. If you get popular, you are put on a pedestal. If you're just your everyday person. Yeah, I know that's inevitable, but again, I'm just kind of going to reiterate, regardless of how people treat me, I'm still going to live my best life and enjoy my con. So that's just how it is. That's just how it be. And that's just kind of what I've understood is the best approach to doing conventions, or at least enjoying my time in the furry space. Because, yeah, you know, I'll never be able to shed the whole beta-aided Delota thing or beta thing, but I'm still going to enjoy the con. They're like, whoa, beta, you enjoy this? I'm like, yeah. That's it. And then they're like, oh, okay. And then it just moves on from there. You know, shouldn't be a big deal to you. It's not a big deal to me. That's really it. Also, it was lovely seeing you too, Biscuit Fister. You were feeling the shit out of your 90s swagger. I love seeing you go around. I'm glad that I did get to run into you, though. You're good soup. And I'm glad you had a good time at the con. It was a banger of a con. It was just heckin' busy. It was hectic. And that's just kind of the case for cons that are becoming bigger. Like, I would consider Megaplex a big furry convention now. I considered it that last year. It absolutely is this year with its convention growth, its attendance growth. But it's just like one of those things where, like, cons are busy. Cons are busy. But yeah, that was just a fun little moment that ended up happening that night for me. I ended up being able to take on the responsibility of taking care of people, making sure they're okay. And, you know, I do it because I want to make sure they're okay and just know that, you know, I'm doing the best I can for others directly. So, yeah. All's well ends well. I ended up getting back to my room at 5 a.m. I told my roommates about the experience. Monty was asleep at the time. Thunder and Nova had just gone back to the room. And this is the story, the funny story, of pizza. We had the leftover pizza from the night before. I was a little hungover. I was drinking some of my water, but I needed some food in me, so I grabbed that pizza and just sat on the floor eating it. It was so good. So good pizza. No, this is not that story, okay? This is separate from whatever you're thinking with that pizza. My pizza is separate from that. This is just the leftover pizza that we ended up ordering, and I put in the fridge, and I wanted to have, so that was good. Nova and Thunder ended up going to look for, like, a microwave or something, because there was leftover fried rice that they ended up ordering for food in the fridge, and I guess it had frozen because the fridge, the mini fridge in the room, was just such a low temperature that if you left anything at the bottom of it, it would freeze instead of keep cold or refrigerate. Luckily, the pizza was fine because I put it at the top of the refrigerator, so it was good. They ended up stepping out to find a place to heat up the fried rice. And I was keeping quiet because Monty was sleeping. Everyone was keeping quiet and whatnot. We all thought Monty was, like, dead asleep. And so I'm just sitting there at like 5:30 in the morning, chowing down on my pizza. Like chowing down on it like a gremlin before I'm about to shower. Nova and Thunder walk in. They thought I was sleeping, but just come in to see me on the floor, hunched over like a gremlin eating this pizza. And they're like, what the fuck are you doing, babe? I'm like, I'm hungry. And I'm like, how'd the fried rice go? And they're like, we couldn't find a microwave. And then you just hear from the other corner of the room, did someone say fried rice? As Monty just says without skipping a beat, we thought he was fucking asleep. We thought he was asleep, but no, he was listening the whole time. Hearing him wake up and go, did someone say fried rice?
MBTA.
Absolutely killed me. I laughed and cried so hard I almost passed out. Genuinely, that was the lighthearted humor, as dumb of a joke as that was, that I needed to end off my evening. After having done all of that, after going around, drinking, hanging out with friends, taking people back to the room, making sure they're okay, CS Skins party, hot pot, all of that, I was glad to end off my night on a good note. You know what's great about it? I got like 3 hours of sleep that night, because after going to bed at 6 a.m., I woke up bright and early the next morning to go to the pool and have an awesome time there. So yeah, now we're on to day 4. We're officially on that Monday, or what should have been that Sunday of the con, but was Monday of the con, at Megaplex. Floaty puppy time. I was happy and excited. It was going to be a good day, a good pool day. And also, Dragon, thank you for the 100 bits. I appreciate that. Make beta thick again. Make beta thick again through pizza. I kind of want to get some pizza again soon. Maybe I'll order some on Sunday. I do have plenty of chicken that I just cooked up too, so could make like a an ancho chili chicken pizza. Ooh, that would actually fuck so hard. Damn. That would be good. We'll think about doing that later. But also, I forgot to say as well, thank you, Insane Weasel, for the super chat as well. I forgot to mention you sent a super chat to me. I lost my virginity to a black fox and a purple hyena. It's a lot of fluffy cuddling. Oh my goodness gracious. I don't know if that's an appropriate super chat message, but hey, you're living your best life. Also, give it up for Thunder, losing his virginity. Woo! Gosh, we love Thunder. And we love Anuka. Thank you for the sub, hon. I hope you're doing well. Enjoy the floatiest emotes on Twitch for the next month. Can we get some life jackets and Beta Ada hearts in the chat for Thunder and Anuka? Especially Anuka for the sub. Thunder for his wonderful time. But mainly Anuka. I appreciate the support. Thank you so much. Oh, this con recap has been something. It really kind of revitalized me to some extent. I'm really glad that we're doing it. But yeah, last night was a banger. It was a lot of partying, a lot of making sure people were okay. And then I finally went to bed at 6 a.m. Woke up at like 9 a.m. hoping that today was going to be a pool day, which it was, maybe. But we were going to try it because a couple of friends were down in the cabana because they had rented it for the day. And I wanted to stop by, at least say hi and hang out with them because I saw them very briefly at that party from the night before. And it gave me a good opportunity to try on my life jacket while down at the pool while fursuiting. But hey, started off the day looking exhausted and bewildered as could be. Ended up getting my usual coffee. I tried the breakfast burrito this time. That breakfast burrito was not hitting. It was not... Yeah, it was not good. It was way too watery. I ended up tossing half of it. But Thunder ended up showing me what happens on his phone, on his new phone, when you go to my Twitter, see my banner, and then you go down a little bit. I'm just peeking up. Oh, I love that. Thank you, Thunder, for showing that to me. But yeah, pool was looking a little stormy. We were still going to give it a shot, but I wanted to stop through the dealer's den for one quick run through. And also because the art that I had commissioned at one of the booths that I wanted to get art from was ready. And I had to go and pick it up and pay for it, which I did. And I was really excited about it. But we ended up stopping by this other booth called Creep Cat Toy Company. The aesthetic in here was fantastic. Like, the sweater looked so cool. The vibes of all, like, the art and shit here. I love this. Like, I don't know who this is specifically, but I love your vibes and aesthetic at this con. Just want you guys, whoever's here, I want you to know that. And also the plushies that they have are adorable. I would have gotten one, but, you know, I had to save money and all that. But should have gone to Waffle House? I really should have. Oh my god, that would have been so good. But after that, I continued going around the dealer's den. I ended up stopping by my friend Simple Nix's booth. They ended up giving me this cutesy little shirt. I love this. I'm changing the music real quick. Give me a moment. Thank you. Perfect. But yeah, this what is it? This shirt. They ended up giving me one of these. I love it so much. It is so cutesy and adorable. I also love just their aesthetic in general with their booth. Silly by choice, gay by the grace of God. It's just, they're so funny. I'm so glad that they've been doing well as, like, a vendor, as an artist in the fandom. It's just been so nice to see. Go and check out Simple Nix. They're a sweetie. But I ended up picking up the art that I got. I'm very happy with how it turned out. I'm obviously not showing it for reasons. And then after that, we ended up going over to the pool, where the line for it was so fucking long. And we were just like all around the corner waiting in line. Me and Thunder were waiting in line to get our bands to be able to go in and get into the pool. But they were at capacity, so they weren't letting anyone in. They were waiting for people to leave. So there was that. And luckily a nice storm cloud was rolling in too, so that was kind of nice. Was there a time limit for the pool? There wasn't a time limit. There was a capacity limit. So you just kind of had to wait for people to leave the pool for you to be able to be let in. Because there were, like, you know, staff members waiting to let people in based on who left. So just had to be careful about that. So yeah. That was fun. We ended up waiting in line for a little bit. It really wasn't that bad. I think it was like a 30-minute wait or so from for Thunder and I ended up bringing my fursuit over too because I wanted some pool pics with my fursuit on. I wasn't really trying to do like the hot bod, like Megaplex pool bod that everyone was trying to go for. Personally, I was happy with my 210 pounds in weight, 40-pound weight loss through the past year or so. Very happy with that as is. I wasn't really looking to commemorate it or show it off. I mainly just wanted to get pics in my life jacket, which is what I actually used as a little bit of an umbrella for Levi so he wouldn't get wet. He's hiding from the rain, but he actually looks really cute this way. But yeah, pretty much for me, I just wanted to get pics and wanted to enjoy the pool since I hadn't been able to swim up until that point. So this is me waiting in line, getting ready to go in. I saw this amazing furry tote. I swear it's not weird furry shit. I want that so bad. That looks so fucking good. Whoever got this, please show me where. Because God, I want that. But after that, we ended up heading to the cabana. I ended up hanging out with my friends by the cabana. I ended up getting some sunscreen on, doing my usual thing, took some pictures. There's Benny with sunscreen on his back. Gosh, we love Benny. There's Benny again. We love Benny. I ended up getting a pina colada. Me, Jake, and Thunder got pina coladas. It was pretty good. It's pretty solid. It's pretty good. Yeah. Ended up taking this side pic of me. Honestly, I was really happy with how I was looking, with how my face is thinned out compared to like how it used to be, a bit chonky and thick through the past few years. But with weight loss, it has like very much shown the effects of that. So I'm happy with how I've been looking. And then Rush put on my fursuit and then started twisting his nipples. So that's just Rush. There's Rush and Alpine. So that's interesting. And then, thanks to Jake, I got to float around in my life jacket in fursuit in the pool and get pics and videos, and I'm so happy with how they turned out. Look at me. It's the floaty puppy. Look, truthfully, I was fully off my feet in the pool. I was just floating there. It was so fun. I basically ended up just throwing on my life jacket. Then I threw my fursuit head on over it. And I just got in the pool and floated around. And low-key, this was really fucking nice. I wish I had taken off my fursuit head just to, like, lounge back and float around in the pool. But, like, I was a little self-conscious. A lot of people were, like, looking at me and pointing at me. So I was just like, I don't care. I shouldn't care. But the fursuit head definitely helped with confidence a little bit. But I ended up finally being able to float around in a life jacket, in a body of water, especially a pool, with my fursuit head on, and I was so happy. Weren't you worried that some ass would do a cannonball? To some extent, yes, but also not really, if that makes sense. I wasn't, like, pressed about it. Like, even in the sense where I would get water in my fursuit, I wasn't pressed because I knew that I would be coming back home and cleaning my fursuit as is. I was just very weary about, like, getting more water in my fursuit head than I would. The only thing that I did get wet in my fursuit was the lower jaw area, where it was, I guess, submerged for a little bit. So when I squeezed out that area, some water came out. So it's not good to obviously keep any chlorinated water in there. So all I had to do as soon as I got back to my room was rinse that lower jaw under some regular water without chlorine in it, rinse that out, and then dry it, put some fursuit spray on, keep it as dry as I can, and then wash out the fursuit head when I got back home, which is exactly what I did, and I'm glad I did. So now my fursuit is as clean as can be. You can't really see him, but, like, look at the puppy. He's all clean now. He looks so much cleaner than he did before. Oh my lordy. Wow. But yeah, got to float around in my life jacket in the pool. This genuinely, was, like, one of the big highlights for me in terms of, like, fursuiting at this con. I have always wanted to, one, get to wear that new life jacket that I got, because if you remember, it's this one specifically. The one that's, like, full torso, full body, has, like, the lower portion, the lower leg support, and the booty support, so it goes just all around the lower portion, and it kind of, like, keeps you up. You know how, like, when you wear a life jacket normally, it'll, like, go above your head, and it'll be, like, floating above the water, and you'll just be kind of like this? That doesn't do that with this, especially if there is that lower support. And so I got to try this on in the pool and in fursuit on the last night of the con. On the last day of the con, and it was so nice. This was actually so fun and relaxing. Genuinely, I loved this. Not just being able to get the pics that I did and being, you know, floaty life jacket fursuit dog, but also being able to just float around in the life jacket it was so relaxing. Like, there was so many points I wish I could have just, like, laid back and lounged back. And I know, obviously, I couldn't do that because I was in fursuit. I wanted to be wary about how much I kept my head above water and didn't expose it to more chlorinated pool water. But I love this. And the best part is I went over to the inflatable area. You know how I mentioned that little, like, alcove in the corner where everyone had all, like, the pool toys and inflatables in that little separate pool? That's where I ended up going to, like, float around in fursuit. And I'm really glad that I did, because it was very fitting with the backdrop of the pool toys there. And then I love this. I love this. Oh, look at the floaty doggy. I censored my feet because you guys are not getting them for free here, let me tell you. You gotta pay for them dogs. But look at him. I love this. Look.
Maverick's feet.
Thank you. God bless. The official floaty dog. No, literally, for me, this was like completing the cosplay, and I was so happy. I was so happy. I think the only downside with this life jacket specifically is, one, there was a hole in it, or at least a few holes in it, so it was deflating a little bit more often. And two, even if I wanted it fully inflated, all the air from, like, the bottom of it would shoot up, and it wouldn't allow for more support in the lower region while I'm, you know, inflated in the life jacket. So, like, it's all this upper portion that was keeping me afloat, which wasn't bad, along with the neck portion, which also kept me keep my head above water. So it wasn't as cozy as it could be, but it was still very, very nice. Also, Dragon, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. I greatly appreciate that. Can we get some life jackets and Beta 8 hearts in the chat for Dragon? You gotta gift a sub. Be sure to give him a big thank you. Good soup. Beans, please? I don't think I can really delete this, honestly. I have to look for the individual pics. Look, I'll get, let this be a substitute as is. Does this work? I just cleaned these too, so they're as clean as can be. Damn, there you go. There are your paws. Get your paw inspection. There's your beans. But yeah. Look, the beans are good. Paws are good. I just gotta put them back. Wow. But seriously, thank you, Dragon, for the bits and the subs and support. I greatly appreciate it lots. Again, with the whole thing with what is it, the Tootsies and all that, I just censored it because I know people would be like weird about it. So yeah. But either way, these are some of the pics that Jake took from me. They basically ended up holding up my phone and recording the whole 15 to 20 minute session of me just floating around in my life jacket in the pool and putting it on, inflating it and all that. So that'll be in a separate video when I talk about the life jacket in the fursuit. So, you know, keep on the lookout for that whenever I decide to do that video. But he took a couple of screenshots while doing this, and they are so... The pictures are really, really nice. Like me just kind of like floating around, trying to get back up, and it's not really working because, you know, floaty material. Just me floating around. Look at that dog. Look at him. Look at the puppo. God, I love it. I forgot to censor these faces, so I'm just being a little careful too. But, oh my gosh. I love these. Just laying back. Me holding my head up with the back of the wall too. God, the quality of these photos is really, really good too. Look at this. I love this. The floaty puppy. He's just lounging. Part of me really did just want to lay back and just like sprawl out, but I had to be careful. And I knew that obviously, you know, I was being recorded for a video, so got to be active, but yeah. Oh, I love this. Oh, this makes me so happy. This is probably one of my favorite pics that he got with the backdrop of everything going on. This is nice. This is nice. Look at that floaty vest. I love it. Me just floating around. More close-ups. More of me sprawling out. And more of the front-facing ones. This is nice. I liked these. Me trying to like pose and squish the jacket. Me trying to stand up. See, there is a big difference between like just floating in the pool and standing up too. You can very much tell like just how much is being held above water outside of like the air. Thumbs up dog. Lounging back dog. I like this one too. This is really nice. What were the other pics? I think there were definitely a few more that I'm missing, but a lot of them are kind of like repeats too. Part of me just wanted to like make poses while he was filming for me, while part of me just wanted to like relax, honestly. It was such a weird mix. Oh, I definitely want to get some draw-overs of these at some point, or like redo this to some extent in like another pool, like maybe have some like professional photos taken while I'm like lounging around in the pool in this life jacket. Wouldn't be a bad idea in time. I'll probably think about doing that. But yeah, this is nice. Floaty dog. And this one was a nice one. I tried putting my arms behind my head and hands behind the back of my head. It just wasn't working. The amount of inflated material made it very, very hard to do so. But yeah, the floaty inflatable puppy. I love those pics. That was probably, in terms of like convention stuff, the highlight of my con. Because I got to just float around in my life jacket, which was really comfortable. The support in all throughout the body was fantastic. And getting to get pics and videos in suit while doing it, that was just... It was good. I know it's like not really that eventful in terms of like a furry convention happening here in terms of stuff, but for me, this is like one of the highlights of the con, getting to do this. Outside of like hanging out with friends and doing the usual thing, this was great. This was good, and I loved it. After that, though, I got back to my room and immediately started drying my fursuit. So I was worried about the fursuit having the chlorinated water in it, so I was messaging my fursuit maker, and she ended up giving me the advice that I had of just, like, rinse out the bottom of the fursuit with whatever you can, get whatever pool water out, and then just hang it up to dry as much as you can. So I ended up getting, like, my fursuit body hanger, turning it upside down, and using the residual air from the fan to shoot up into the head to at least cool off whatever inside or dry it off as much as possible. And that's what I ended up doing. So the inside bottom portion here, like, yeah, that didn't look good. However, now it looks hopefully a lot better. Maybe from your perspective it might not, but I mean, it looks a little better. It's just the material is becoming a little bit more rugged with use. So yeah, I have to figure that out at some point. Talk to my maker about that. But yeah. That feed can be uncensored. You should have tried using MS Paint instead of your iPhone. No. Yes, but no, but yes. Getting excited now because chat is telling me to slow down. Oh, yeah? It's aged, but not bad. That makes sense. I mean, this fursuit is 3 years old. I'll have to just talk to my maker about how I can fix it or, like, what I can do about it. Because, like, that tongue, I want it to look nice. It just looks like it's been rugged for a little bit, but that's okay. But yeah. Also, hi, Pius. I hope you're doing well. Good to see you. Hope all is well with ye. I'm just finishing up my con recap for Megaplex. I am almost done. There's not much left because, truthfully, the end of Megaplex was on a little bit of a bittersweet note. But that was also just me kind of getting in my head a lot and not really just focusing on the good times in front of me. So, you know, it just ended up being kind of a bittersweet end. Nothing too bad. Overall, after I ended up desuiting, I ended up starting to pack up my things, get them all together just so I could get ready for my flight, which for me, I had to end up leaving the hotel at like 8 a.m. or so to catch my flight at 10 a.m. back home. So wasn't exactly the best in the world because I barely got any sleep, maybe like an hour tops. But, you know, for the most part, just ended up packing, got my stuff together, showered, cleaned everything. Pretty much everything after the pool was just like relax time and figure out what else to do with the rest of my time at the con. So I ended up deciding to go out and get food with Drew and a bunch of friends there. So we ended up going to Red Robin. It just sounded like it hit. I remember Kiku coming up to me and being like, oh yeah, we just got back from Red Robin. I'm like, that sounds like it fucks right now. And so we decided to go to Red Robin. We Ubered over. I was looking forward to the bottomless steak fries because those fuck so hard. They just need a little bit of salt and that's it, but I don't think they really cared. But we Ubered over, got a nice view of the nightlife in Florida at Monday at like 9 p.m. Ended up getting some fried pickles. Those are pretty solid. I ended up ordering a drink, but truthfully, I was not feeling well at that point. I was starting to get a little bit of a sore throat, like a tiny bit, and I was just exhausted. So I think passing on the booze was a good plan for me. So I got this drink, which was a spiked lemonade. I ended up giving the rest of it to Jake, who did also get a spiked lemonade. I ended up flipping off Drew, because why not? He ended up flipping me off later, too, just to kind of commemorate the whole, what is it? You know how people take pics of one another, flipping each other off from a distance? Yeah, that's what I decided to end up having happen to me. That was cool. But I flipped off Drew. It's kind of looking at it funny. There's the burger that I got. It was actually really fucking good. Those fries fucked so hard. Frey wanted to be a part of the dinner that we had, of the meal that we had. And he wanted to be on call. So Drew ended up calling him, and I ended up putting his profile picture on my phone. I set him up at the other end of the table, and I was feeding him my fries because he looked hungry. And he got a little bit of the fry sauce on him, so I was going to wipe that off. So I was just making sure he was fed and taken care of and well, and that was pretty much what we ended up doing. There's some assorted pics that Drew took of me stretching, me with the 0.5 zoom, me stretching again, me with another 0.5 zoom. And then after that, ended up heading back to the hotel. Saw hi to Cody because he was getting out of suit. This was me in Jake and Cody's room, and him just, that's the perspective that I have. I kind of like that. And then after that, I kind of went back to my room to pack up my things, to relax a little bit. And I know I was getting ready for like 2 pieces set with his Dead Dog Dance at 2 a.m. But honestly, I was just beat. I was tuckered out beyond belief, and I was having a little bit of a bad night on my own end I kind of let some things get to my head, and I let it affect my time. So I ended up taking the time to just wander around the con aimlessly on my own without interacting with anyone and just kind of have a walk. And I will say it was pretty cathartic. I feel bad that I missed his set. I wish I had stopped in to say hi, but I just was not feeling the energy, and I needed to kind of take care of myself, so I took the evening to just walk around, listen to my own music, and then pack and get ready for my flight the next morning, which really was just, that's it. It was just me getting up at 8 a.m., getting ready for my flight, booking it over the airport, and then I got home on time, and then I slept and fucked up my sleep schedule until today. So, despite it being a bittersweet sort of ending to the con, I didn't really get to say goodbye to anyone. I just kind of left because I think I was just so socially exhausted beyond belief. That, in totality, was my Megaplex 2025 con recap. So we did it! We got through it, whole 4-ish hours of recap. Honestly, I still will say, despite the ending that I had, which was a little off-putting, I still had a good time. You know, I had, like, a really good time. The fact that I was even socially spent, exhausted beyond belief, just goes to show that I put everything out there that I could in terms of my social battery, in terms of spending time with friends, and I'm glad I did that. I think something that I really need to keep in mind in the future, and this does play into the whole beta Ada Delota thing, is just how much time I spend saying hi to people. Because as much as I'm happy to do that, and I designate time for that, I know that eats away at my social battery as well. And I could be using that to say hi to friends at the con. I could be using that for my own health. And truthfully, I don't really set the boundaries that I should of when people can say hi to me or get pictures with me, because it's just kind of around the clock whenever I'm around or people see me out in or out of suit. So I might do something in the future where I have it be like, hey, if I'm at a con, if you want to say hi to me or get pics with me, do it when I'm in suit. You know, when I'm not in suit, I'm just kind of hanging around. I'm on vacation mode. Maybe that's something I do. I've been worried about that because I don't want it to be taken the wrong way of like, oh, Beta doesn't want to say hi to people. It's not that I don't, it's that I need to set some limits for myself in order to not drive myself crazy while being at a convention. That's all. But truthfully, I don't think that was the reason why I had a bad time. I didn't even have a bad time at the con. It's just near the end, I think I was overly exhausted. Like I said, I had like 3-4 hours of sleep the night before. I still went to the pool. I swam around. I got pics. I fursuited. I went out and got food. I went to the dealer's den. I did all this stuff while running off of like 3 to 4 hours of sleep, and then didn't sleep at all that day, didn't nap at all, and just kept going. I think, truthfully, I was overexhausted beyond belief, especially with Disney and everything, too, that I ended up doing. I just needed a fully fledged, like, break and rest. And as much as it did bleed into the convention itself having a bittersweet end, I'm not counting that as being how the convention was, because it was, in totality, all of the amazing experiences I had throughout it. Going and drinking around the world with friends, going and hanging out with friends while they were like fursuiting and drinking, getting good food, going on adventures, getting amazing pics, meeting the people that I did, because I met some really lovely people. I was really excited to meet, and I left some really good impressions. I went into it really just having the best time I could despite the anxieties. It wasn't perfect by any means. It obviously didn't top other conventions that I've had that have been amazing and perfect in every way, but it was still good, and I think that's something to at least remember. It's not going to be perfect. It's not going to be better than the last. You just have to enjoy the time that you have, or the time that you did spend, and if you didn't, don't press yourself too much about it. I used to kick myself about, like, even just having nights like I did on that last night of the con where I could have been down at the rave or I could have been hanging out with friends, and I wasn't doing that. I had moments before where I would press myself about it and be kicking myself for days and days that I didn't do that. But you can't keep doing that. You just have to learn from it and do better the next time on how you want to spend your time at a convention. And I do that. I'm like, yeah, you know, it wasn't perfect, but I did the best I could when I could, and now I know better for the future. And so Megaplex next year, I'm sure will be better than this year's was. I'm sure that whatever conventions I have in the future will have some better experiences than this, or even some of the other better cons that I've been to. But, you know, I'm just glad that I got to have an amazing time that I did. And I wouldn't have had the amazing time that I did if it wasn't for all the friends that I had and all the amazing adventures I went on them throughout the way. So big shout out to Jake, to Cody, to Sammy, to Thunder, to Monty, to Nova, to all my friends that I spent pretty much this whole convention with. I wouldn't have had an amazing time if it weren't for you guys. Especially with Jake for handling for me, for my friends keeping an eye out for me when I was going around a con. Like, I really, really appreciate it. And it wouldn't have been the con that it was if it wasn't for the experiences that I had. So, big shout out and thank you to everyone that made it happen. I hope that everyone gets to go to Megaplex again next year because it was an awesome time. It's only going to go up from here, I feel like. I'm really excited to see how it does go in the future, and I will definitely be doing my best to attend. And I absolutely want to go for another night before and get an extra hotel room day instead of having to do this back and forth through the other ones. That was a bit of a mess. And also, I would like to go for a suite next year, too, if I could. Maybe a suite with, like, a conjoining room with some friends. Just the only caveat I'd have is, like, hey, if there are parties in the room, no touchy beta's bed. That is supposed to be the sanctuary, the sanctity of cleanliness. So no spilling drinks or no drinks around there. That's the only thing. But yeah, you know, it's one of these things where live and learn. I had an amazing time. I'm glad that I had a great con. I'm glad that I had the experiences that I did. I'm not pressing myself too much about the things that I didn't get to do or wish I did differently. It's just something to take into account with how I do conventions in the future, to live and learn and do better next time and be happy about the times that I did. You know, despite the downsides that I did have about, you know, getting kicked out of the room party, being called a bad thing, having people take pictures of me from a distance, having people giving me looks, being constantly socially exhausted and kind of, you know, keeping on the lookout. I still had an amazing con. I still had an amazing time. All the good completely outweighed all that bad. So I am grateful beyond belief for that. And I think that honestly has shown not just like in the extent of me like kind of looking back and seeing how far I've come in terms of like my weight progress, but even just like mentally too and emotionally. I feel like now, and I know this is weird to say and exclaim, but I feel like genuinely I am a lot more emotionally and mentally mature than I have been in years past, especially in moments of, you know, confrontation or bad or negativity. I've handled it a lot better, and I'm really glad that I have. I think this was a really good like challenge of a convention for me, and it's only gonna get better from here, I feel. So that's my Megaplex in a nutshell, despite the random rant and rambling near the end, despite this whole stream being 4 hours of me just yapping. I had a good time. So thank you all for hanging out with me and watching me and yapping with me about these experiences. Honestly, I'd give Megaplex like a 9.5 out of 10, 9 out of 10. It was an amazing time. I highly recommend going next year if you get the opportunity. I'm just glad that I got to share the experiences that I did with the friends that I have. That's really all that I could ask for. Get yourself to Infernity. Where is Infernity? I have no clue where that is. I want to try more cons outside the US too. I just don't know where to start besides the ones that I was invited to. Ramskers, you got to get out to A&E. I feel like you would love that con if you haven't been to Boston and through New England, Massachusetts FurCon. If you do, we will absolutely get food together. You are 100% invited to like the hot pot adventures I go on, the other adventures I go on for food. You're more than welcome to. LVFC, I might be there. There is a chance that I might be there this year, so I will let you know if I'm around. But I just want you to know too, it was always lovely running into you. I'm so happy that you have your fursuit too, and you've been loving that. I'm gonna try for TFF again next year. We gotta hang. I would absolutely love to. I don't know if I'm gonna do TFF. That's something that I'm really trying to consider this this next year as well, just with how I want to pace furry conventions, with the ones that I want to attend or the time that I want to spend at them, because it is getting expensive and I want to go for more different experiences at some, try new ones while I have the time to do that. So, you know, I'd love to do a TFF again, but I might go for another convention next year. Who knows? Taiwan convention? That sounds awesome. I definitely want to try Infernity then. God, so many that I want to try and do. I think that's a goal in the long run too. I think I'm going to do that. Also, thank you, Pure Heart Bat. I appreciate it. How many will you go to? I don't know. I'm at the point now where I'm hitting like my 50 convention mark with the amount of conventions I have attended being 50, so it's definitely sizable. A lot more to go and a lot more to look forward to, but it's just... it's expensive. So I wonder if Frey's streaming. It is Friday. He is streaming. Maybe we could go and raid Frey tonight. We love Frey. Who else is streaming? I want to hang out and send some love to someone who might be streaming as well. My head now stares at me eternally while I work. Like, damn. I'm so happy for you, Ramskers. I'm so happy about that. Have you ever thought about using more floaties outside of just the vest? Yeah, I want to try that when I go out and about doing like my fursuit pool photos and whatnot. And yeah, no worries, Dairaku. There'll definitely be future cons. I know there are plenty of people who wanted to see me and say hi to me, and I just wasn't able to give them the time that I could. And you know, there's always next time. Just know that. I'll be around at other cons. I'm not inaccessible, and you know, I'm just happy that I did a good con. I'm glad that I got to reflect on these experiences and tell you about the time that I had. I would absolutely still 100% recommend Megaplex. Like I said, it's kind of in there for the annual rotation for me now. Like, there were a lot of cons that I used to go to annually in years past. Now, for me, Megaplex is one of those annually that I want to go to. For me, it's relatively cheap to get there. It's a good con. It's good energy, good vibes. There's Disney there. It's not that expensive, and the company that does go there is very, very nice. So for the foreseeable future, I will absolutely be trying to do it again, and I recommend you do as well, especially if you're trying to get into the vibes of like conventions before they get super, super big, which I think is a little bit too late for Megaplex. I'd consider it a big, big furry convention now, and I think many, many others would too. And I think that's something that I've talked about in years past, of like enjoying cons while you can before they end up becoming too big. Like, that's what I see with like Megaplex and maybe a couple of others that are medium-sized growing into the bigger cons, like TFF. I definitely see that eventually getting up there for being like... I think there's a chance it might hit 10K this next year. Who knows? But, you know, it's just something to keep on the lookout for. I think I'm going to have that be, like, my next big video topic of, like, what furry convention should you attend? And this is in the wake of Megaplex having 10,000 attendees now for this last year. It's in the wake of the MFF room lottery announcement, where a lot of people either did or didn't get rooms. I didn't get my room. And so it just kind of comes down to picking and choosing the cons that you can and want to attend, and going for more, like, quality. Not to say that ones aren't quality, but, like... you know, everyone wants to go to, like, the big one that everyone's going to. Like, MFF is always the one that everyone wants to go to, regardless of it or not. And I think a lot more of the people who have frequently gone are going less and less now. And it's not to say it's a bad con, but it's just, like, doing that whole song and dance of the lottery is no fun. It's fair, it's the whole method of what they have, but it's just, like, I don't want to keep scrounging for rooms. So, I think a lot of people are going from that to, like, A&E, or to, like... Furpok or other smaller medium-sized cons. Hell, some of my friends who are used to doing MFF are going to be going to A&E this year. And that's like a completely opposite coast con, but they want to try it differently for like a winter-themed convention where there's like a lot more friends. So, you know, it's just something, it's something different. I think things are shifting in a way that's more towards people trying new and different cons now, giving the smaller ones a shot. And I think that's an excellent idea to do. So we'll see how it goes. I will definitely be doing that this next year, and I want to give it a shot for even just doing a video about it, just like deciding what conventions you should do, if there are any. So it's just something to keep on the lookout for. But either way, I really, really am happy with how this con recap went. Again, thank you guys so much for listening to me for a whole 4 and give or take a half hours. I really appreciate the support. I really appreciate the company. It really does mean a lot, especially with how hard I tried to put everything together for this con recap with all the pictures and stories that I wanted to tell. It was a little bit of a struggle, I will say, with getting all the pics and everything, because I didn't really, I guess, archive every moment that I was having, since a lot of it I couldn't really take pictures of. So, you know, at the end of the day, I hope you enjoyed the story time. I'll try and upload this on my other channel as well for those that want to see the full VOD. It should be available on YouTube as well if you want to see it. And if you have any ideas on how I can improve these con recaps, please do let me know. I would appreciate any feedback that I can on this, because I want to do a better job with this without having to go into a fully fledged con vlog sort of thing. So just do let me know. But either way, I think I'm going to raid out and get some rest and rest my voice, because I can feel my sore throat coming back, and that's probably because I've been talking for far too long. So let's go and show some love to Fway. I love Fway. Frey v. Frey. Let's go and raid into the Frey v. Frey. I don't even know what the raid message should be, but, you know, just go and show him some love and support. I don't really know what to say besides, like, you know what, let's just say Maverick says hi. Just simple message. Maverick says hi to Frey. Maverick says hi. Because he loves Maverick. And he misses Maverick. And Maverick is just not here anymore. But either way, please go and show some love to my good, wonderful friend Frey. He's like one of my best furry content creator friends. I'm so glad that I've gotten to meet him and get to know him through the past few years. So go and show him some love and support. Tell him how much he means to me. And just be good energy for him. But either way, I appreciate you guys hanging out with me today. Keep on the lookout for a new video this Sunday. I know I said it was going to be Saturday, but I'm putting it off to Sunday just because I need a bit of time to organize shit tomorrow. So new video Sunday. I should have another video out sometime this next week, either Thursday or Wednesday or so. Probably Thursday since I stream Wednesday. So keep on the lookout for that. And then another big video this Sunday. So I think my upload schedule will be Sunday and or Thursday going forward, just because that just seems the most feasible for me. So keep on the lookout for new uploads. Be sure to check out, Patreon for early upload access. Check out the Discord if you want to join the community, and any feedback on what you want to see me do in the future is appreciated. Thank you all so much for the love and support. You all are amazing. Have a good night. Take care. Stay life jacket. Treat people like people. Be floaty. Have an amazing time. Have a good future con. Yeah.